Now we can say it. The August place to be. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Stage is set for this terrific day of thoroughbred racing. Incoming Saturday crowd. Look at that. Come August, something happens, man. Calendar turns, and it's on. And right now, it's on for Voyager. There she is, promising filly favorite in the opening act on this Jim Dandy Saturday trackside. Welcome everyone alongside four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have so much to get to. Graded stakes racing, the Jim Dandy. We'll get to all of it, but we don't have the time right now because the two-year-old fillies are on track behind us.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about Saratoga is the two-year-olds. You know, we could see the future stars, and this looks like a very nice group couple working extremely well.
Yeah, we get to see the fillies, the fillies go on the turf, then fillies going short on the dirt in race 2, then the colts in race 4, Lafitte. So better have your workout cap on.
5 of the first 6 races today for two-year-olds. The field, updated odds, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Voyager, number 5, even money. Richie, why should our viewers be excited to watch her today and perhaps beyond?
Well, she's already had experience. She's already stakes placed in the Schuylerville. That was on dirt. But she had a huge workout on the turf course over on the Oklahoma training side. A B+ from the Daily Racing Form Clocker report.
Yeah, by the Triple Crown winner Justify, but the bottom of that pedigree, I think she had kind of outran her dirt pedigree, and the 3 has taken a lot of money for Chad Brown.
Very quickly, we welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast trackside.
The 5 was certainly the standout as far as Voyager is concerned as the favorite, but quickly a price play to keep your eye on the number 2 Bashfully for trainer Todd Pletcher. She is fit. She wants all of the route game. Lafitte up there at 8-1. I think she's certain value.
She beat Voyager. Trainer Mark Cassie said he didn't want to get too far ahead of himself, but the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf was referenced in an interview. Post time, first of 12 on Jim Dandy Day. Frank Miramati with the call.
And so Angelina going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a smooth start for Voyager. Flashing good early foot and taking the lead right away. Bittersweet Memory comes away in second, and then So Angelina on the outside third. Pavlova's Palace is placed in fourth. Has 4 lengths to make up moving into the first turn. The 2 trailers, Correlation Trade and Bashfully, is at the back of the field. So it's Arad Ortiz Jr. and Voyager. They clicked off an opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds. Voyager left alone up top, has it by 2 lengths. To So Angelina racing on the outside of Bittersweet Memory. And now Bittersweet Memory takes that second spot, angles off the inside, and that leaves room for Pavlova's Palace inching up a closer third. So Angelina is now in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Correlation Trade and Bashfully, the half in 49 1. Continuing into the far turn now with Voyager in front by a length. Bittersweet Memory is second. Pavlova's Palace on the inside, 3 off the pace in third. Correlation Trade is racing a joint fourth as they round the far turn. Asked to pick it up, drifting out a touch though, and another 2 back to Bashfully. They went 3 quarters in 1:13 3, and they're at the top of the stretch. Voyager set down on the outside. Correlation Trade is now starting to kick in with good strides into second, picking up serious momentum on Voyager, but here comes Correlation Trade. Correlation Trade within a length. Voyager, Correlation Trade. It's going to be a photo. Here is the line. Voyager and Correlation Trade in a close photo finish. Behind that, Bittersweet Memory was third in front of Bashfully.
Desperate finish. Voyager reaching for the wire. Correlation Trade reaching for Voyager as they hit the wire together.
I think these are 2 fillies with a future. The filly on the lead, I think, Paul, she might have went almost a little too slow on the lead, like she got a little bit to sleep, if you will. The 3-horse Correlation Trade was very green around the far turn, tried to lug out a little bit, and it gets desperately tight late.
I'll tell you what, this Flavian Pratt and the Klarovich runner watch her. You're kind of right. She gets kind of a little green in the stretch. She corners a little bit better. She runs Voyager down. We'll get back to the replay. We can get to the corners. You see, ooh, really close there at the wire. The 5 did hold on.
You don't miss with the photos.
Yeah, the 5 held on.
She held? She held. Voyager held.
But you watch on the turn, Irad kind of was like, okay, let's go. She was flipping her ears back and forth, was Voyager, and then she kind of took off. But Correlation Trade was just full of run. She was like frolicking in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, and these two have a future, though. These are two very nice fillies, and they really finished well.
Voyager. Those two jockeys, in case you watched our coverage last Saturday, there were 12 races here for Coaching Club American Oaks Day. Arad Ortiz, Flavia, and Pratt just finished 1-2. Combined won 9 of the 12 races last Saturday.
Yeah, and Irad missed the first 5 days of the meet due to suspension. He's made up a lot of ground in a very short period of time, and we got a long way to go. This is going to be a fun jockey race, guys.
Voyager, DJ Stables, Mark Casse, Team Nitrogen. The filly taking on the boys next week in the Whitney. And Correlation Trade, Paul, just kind of figuring it out late, found another gear, and a valiant runner-up effort.
Well, this is where like experience pays off, right? If Correlation Trade has a race, she probably wins this race because she was a little bit green. There you see Mark Casse. It looks like he's going to play tennis at Wimbledon today, but he's in the Hall of Fame in Canada and here across the street.
What a run. Mark Casse said his stable right now has never been more powerful, more loaded. He is literally going up and down the shed row counting stars, Mark Casse, here in 2026.
Like what you did there, counting stars for sure. But you know one thing about Mark, not only a terrific horse trainer, he's a great scout of talent. He goes to the sales and he picks out horses. He's had an eye for good horses his entire life.
Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Stakes racing begins in the 6th Saratoga Special, more 2-year-olds. Big Pick 6 carryover. 143,000 plus starts in the 7th. The 9th 3-year-old fillies on grass. Lake George, main event, race 10, Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. That's where you can watch today's races, today's biggest races. Here's where you should be wagering. NYRABets.com. Sign up today. You want to take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now. NYRABets.com. Trainer Mark Casse strikes early with Voyager. Has a runner a little bit later on this evening in the Jim Dandy. As for the headliners, Renegade, a head shy from becoming the 152nd Kentucky Derby winner. Expected more in the Belmont. Commandment did fire in the Belmont, second to Golden Tempo. We'll preview as we're just getting started on Saratoga Live.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Off and running. Jim Dandy Saturday. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fans here, big crowd expected. Everybody knows about Arad Ortiz. Usually do pretty well backing Arad Ortiz. Star jockey, 8-time Saratoga champion jockey, make it 7. He strikes early on the program with Voyager, went into the winner's circle, took a picture, and then spoke with Megan Burgess for a few moments.
That's right, Lafitte. The last time I saw Irad in the winner's circle, he had enjoyed a 6-win day, but back in here with Voyager. What do you find she's learned? That was the first time she was on the lead and managed to finish that off with a pressure late.
First time 2 turns, first time grass, first time she's been on the lead on a race. So, I mean, I just raced so good today. She made the lead, and I kind of like feel like we are going a little slow, but it was good. It wasn't a good rhythm, so she got ears up. I turned her for home. I tried to call her attention. It was a little hard to get her attention, but she got the job done. I think she still has some room to improve. Definitely, she's nice, but she will learn from this one. I think she can get better.
Renegade coming up in the feature. Jim Dandy, you've been aboard him for all but one start. What have you taken through him and his progression? Arkansas Derby victory all the way up until last start in the Belmont.
I mean, Arkansas Derby day was amazing, the way he closed. Then the Derby, you know, he ran a huge race. Come back in the Belmont, you never know this kind of distance on this track. And, you know, for a 3-year-old, I mean, I think he ran a good race. He finished third, show his heart. Give him a good run, but I think he can be better than that for sure. He's a nice horse, and he's doing good. He look amazing on the track, so he's sitting in a good race, I think.
Well, congratulations here. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Probably not the last time we hear from Arad Ortiz this afternoon. Renegade later, Voyager right there by that much over a late charging correlation trade. Won't be a maiden, a non-winner much longer. Results are in. Richie, he was talking about Voyager and that she was, quote, nice today, but she'll learn from this. How so?
Well, I think what he said was really smart. He went maybe a little too slow, and it just seemed like she kind of almost lost interest. Like, what am I out here for? Am I out here to race? Am I out here to compete? Or am I out for a happy gallop? And he had to ride her hard to get her attention. I think she will move forward, Paul.
Yeah, and she might need a target to run at. You know, she kind of just made the lead by herself. She was flipping her ears. And I'm kind of with Irad. I don't know if she really knows what she's doing yet, but she's obviously very talented.
More 2-year-olds, as promised, 5 of the first 6 races, freshmen. Polly, Valora, even money. How'd you see this one unfolding?
Well, reportedly in the morning, Valora's working very well, but I think Do It for Jack, a horse that's been working for Brendan Walsh in Kentucky. New York bred he brings up here is probably pretty live.
2-year-olds. Fillies coming up next. Start of the early pick 4 a little bit later on this evening. 3-year-olds in the Jim Dandy we go. By the numbers, inaugurated in 1964. Named after the 1930 Travers winner who shocked Triple Crown winner Gallant Fox. Quickest of the quick, Louis Couture is running a hole in the wind. 9 furlongs in 147.26. Most wins by an owner. Big Blue Godolphin alone at the top with 4, thanks to Sovereignty last summer. Most wins by a trainer. The number is 8. Todd Pletcher working on a 9th with Renegade. If Todd Pletcher is a Jim Dandy leading trainer, only makes sense. Johnny V, all-time leading jockey with 5. The Saratoga Sweep, 14 horses have won both. The Dandy and the Travers, Sovereignty all over this segment, and rightfully so. As for high honor, Jim Dandy winners, named champion 3-year-old, number is 8, including Epicenter 2022. Highest of honors, Jim Dandy winners, round horse of the year. Make it 5, Belmont accepting on behalf of Team Sovereignty. Finally, Jim Dandy winners in the Hall of Fame, the elite. Only 2 affirmed in arts and letters, the Jim Dandy. By the numbers, the history, the tradition, only fitting. It is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Take a look at the field. Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun, 63rd running. 5 of them, mile and an 1/8. Number 5, Commandment, 6-5 morning line favorite. Number 3, Renegade, 7-5. Second choice. Let's meet the field. Hesitant to use the phrase barnstorming after this week, but here we go. Richie, number 1 is Chip Honcho.
Yeah, coming off a victory in the Ohio Derby, and he appears to be the clear-cut main speed in this race. They're all going to have to catch him.
Trained by Steve Asmussen. There's a big yawn. Asmussen swept the Travers and the Jim Dandy. Jim Dandy and the Travers with Epicenter 2022. Asked and answered, Paul. You got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, I think the prayers by the owners will be asked and answered if this horse crosses the line first.
Remember who the race is named after. Remember, Jim Dandy, the Triple Crown winner at 100-1. Number 3 is Renegade, the Derby runner-up.
I really think you're going to see the good version of Renegade in this Jim Dandy. I watched him school yesterday in the paddock. He looks like he's gotten bigger and stronger since even the Belmont Stakes.
Mike Rapoli, owner Todd Fletcher, seeking a 3rd Jim Dandy in the last 4 years. Silent tactic, first start, Paulie, since the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, 3 months, almost 90-some-odd days on the shelf, but he was second behind Renegade. He skipped all the rigors of the Derby and the Belmont. Can he be fresh today? It seems like all the Cassie runners have been live.
Missed the Derby with a bruised foot, then Commandment, Florida Derby winner, Belmont Stakes runner-up.
Yeah, much like Renegade, who got run down by Golden Tempo, your Derby winner. He got run down by Golden Tempo in the Belmont, but obviously the horse to beat.
Trainer Brad Cox, who swept the Jim Dandy and Travers with essential quality, a feat accomplished by 15 3-year-olds all time, listed the most recent 10, very recent 4 in the last 5 runnings, Sovereignty, Fierceness, Epicenter, and Essential Quality. So who's next? Maybe another look at the Belmont. I'll lend a clue, Paulie. Like the Derby, dominated by closers, Renegade, Commandment, Golden Tempo, side by side by side.
Yeah, they ran tremendous together, and they kind of ran in a pack, right? And the first one to tap out was Renegade in the 4. He's looking at the 3 horses to the far left. The one that's 3 to the right, that is Renegade. And Golden Tempo just keeps on going. And maybe he took the heart out of it again, but lapped onto him, Richie, was Commandment. He ran giant on this day. I wonder if the mile and 1/8 is going to help Renegade today more than it's going to help Commandment.
I think that's a great point, right? Because, I mean, it's only, we're talking 220 yards, but some horses top out at a certain distance. I think that's a great point.
Golden Tempo not running today, training up to the Travers guys. All right, so it's not a match race, but we're going to treat it as such for the moment. Between Renegade, Commandment, who you got?
I'm going with Renegade from what I saw yesterday, watching him school in the paddock. He just could not look any better. And he's a horse that Todd Pletcher has stated needs more time between his races. And that's usually because a horse puts so much into a race, it leaves him a bit depleted. He's had plenty of time since the Belmont. I think you see the best version of Renegade today.
Paul?
I landed on Renegade as well. I just think he's such a good horse and an honest horse as well. I mean, his races, he's never missed the board. Since he's gone on the Arkansas Derby and the Sam Davis Trail, he's got 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd. He bobbled a little bit at the start. He had the best trip in the Kentucky Derby. I honestly think he's the 2nd best horse to Golden Tempo, and I think he's going to prove it today.
Megan Burgess, why do I get the sense you're not loving all this Renegade noise here on the set?
Well, I'm going against the medium, I guess, with Commandment. And trust me, I've had my fair share of Renegade love. He's just a horse that I found didn't really make a whole lot of excuses out of his Belmont trip, other than he just wasn't quite as good enough to a horse like Commandment or Golden Tempo. And you can say the same about Commandment when it comes to trying to run down Golden Tempo. I love the application of the blinkers to Commandment. When you really watch and dissect his Belmont trip, it felt like he kind of came out of the bridle, and he didn't have continuity in certain parts of integral moments of that race for Johnny Velasquez. Now he gets Flavien Prat back aboard. And remember, Commandment was the victim of a little bit of some musical chairs with the jockeys, and while he's had some incredible ones, to me, Flavien gave him the best ride and also managed to do so at that 1 1/8 distance in the Florida Derby. I think Commandment is steady as you go. You want to really get him into that rhythm of running those incremental fractions, which I do find with the blinkers, with some mental maturity, he's going to be able to do. I don't disagree with you all on set as far as the distance perhaps being more Renegade's fancy, but Commandment to me is a stronger version of himself, and he's continued to progress for Dangerous Connections, Lafitte.
Just a few of the intriguing storylines surrounding today's Jim Dandy. It is Saratoga's traditional prep for Saratoga's marquee event, the DraftKings Travers Fox Saratoga Saturday. The best horses, biggest races all summer long today. Jim Dandy and so much more. Coverage begins 3 Eastern only on Fox. When we return, Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer, has booked the favorite in the Saratoga Special, Chip Honcho in the Jim Dandy, and Annotate in the upcoming 2nd race. Busy, busy man on a big day. We'll be right back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
And your horse turns for home in the Kentucky Derby. There's not a better feeling in the world.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Bob Baffert, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness. Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. New York bred 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. Race 2, Jim Dandy Saturday. Live look in the paddock. Updated odds. Looking at Cyber Baby. Currently 4-1. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs, $115,000 per Cyber Baby. She's not the favorite. The favorite will break to her inside as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by live in the paddock. There's Valora. Acacia, what does this $300,000 New York bred filly look like up close and personal?
Well, she was expensive at the OBS sale, Lafitte, and I saw her over at that sale after she worked an impressive 9-4 and did it pretty easily. As we talked about yesterday, these progeny of Yaupon, he seems to stamp his offspring, and she is no exception. She's very athletic, and actually since I saw her at the sale to now, she has continued to develop and fill out even a little bit more. She was pretty spicy getting the tack on, but she has actually since settled and has been working pretty strong as well, including that most recent gate workout, going 47 flat in her final preparation for this start. Given how she worked at the sale and given the way that she looks, I do expect her to be quick at first asking for Linda Rice. Sticking with the first-time starters, the number 8, Do It for Jack. She sold at the Timonium sale, where they just gallop now, as she was asked to kind of continue on through that gallop, but she had a pretty good reach to her. She is the daughter of Jackie's Warrior, second generation, second dam is Seeking the Ante. So you have that good Chester and Mary Broman family on the bottom side. She's a pretty good sized filly, though. She strikes me as one that may appreciate a little bit more distance, but she's quite sharp now that they've gotten the tack on her. She's really been marching around the paddock here as well. Very athletic in the way that she's put together as she comes in for Brendan Walsh. As far as the 5 Cyber Baby, having been around her, she is such a sweetheart. She worked 10-1 at the OBS March sale, where she had that big long stride, and she was asked a little bit in that work, but looking at her and the way that she's been training, she probably will want some more distance in the future, given the way that she covers the ground. But in these early 2-year-old races, you don't often have the opportunity to run long just yet, so starting at 6 furlongs will be a good starting point for her. She came in with the training saddle accompanied by the pony, but she's acted very, very well in her last work. She was was with Calling Mr. Mo, who ran yesterday, also one that wanted more distance, and she was going better than him in the late stages. So one to watch potentially moving forward, Lafitte.
Cyber Baby. Acacia talking about a 10-1 in the OBS March sale. Richie, it kind of like the NFL Combine when you're talking about that particular breeze and what it's all about, the OBS sale.
Well, you've got trainers and owners looking at horses to purchase, and much like the combines, they want to be able to see that athleticism, that agility, and a racehorse has to have speed. And we ask these 2-year-olds to work an eighth faster than they'll ever be asked to work again in their lives. And I always get a kick out of it, Paul. They work in 10, they get to the racetrack, and the trainer spends too much trying to slow them down. You knew what you bought.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, but that's how they sell these racehorses now, right? And they have these digital sales. They have sales all over the place. But when they run, you get to see a little bit. And, you know, you kind of look at the pedigree. You kind of say, okay, this horse is bred to run long. But if he's really fast, then you kind of dream a little bit. You get to see the horse move. And Steve Asmussen is talking his tactics over with Ricardo Santana. It's good to see they're back together.
Lots and lots of success together over the years. And for Steve Asmussen, lots of success in the Saratoga Special. And looking to pad his stats a little bit later on, Paulie, booked strictly the one to beat in the Saratoga Special later today.
Yeah, it's a good race. You know, when you looked at Booked, he won the Sanford last time. There's some up-and-coming horses in here. Now, Flight Command on the outside, you see Booked 2 for 3 lifetime. Rudy Rodriguez has a runner. I would say probably his best 2-year-old he's brought up here, and I also think Twinkletown is a runner, but they all have to beat the son of Yalpan, who's well represented today.
For our viewers watching on FS1, they see 2-year-olds and they're thinking, might this be horses that we could follow next year on the first Saturday in May? Triple Crown hopefuls, that kind of thing. Booked, Richie. Is he faster and better than everybody like right now? What do you make of his long-term potential?
Well, you know, he has more of a sprint pedigree, so I don't know how far he'll really want to go. That being said, one of the benchmarks of Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, is his horses improve with time, with racing. He develops them over a period of time. From a pedigree standpoint, I think Booked will be better at shorter distances, where the second choice, Flight Command, he looks like a horse that's going to want to go further as the time goes on. So even if Booked gets the measure of Flight Command today, I think when the dust settles next year, Flight Command's the one you'll hear more about.
We're at the point where, Richie, somebody simply references, or Paulie, Flightline, the sire, and automatically radars go up.
I honestly think, you know, a lot of sires have become what they become, like Tappet. Started at $5,000, Tappet, so he's been an unbelievable sire, God rest his soul. But next to Seattle Slew, I don't think there's been that much hype or us looking at horses going, wow, he's a son or a daughter of Flightline. No, Richie?
Oh, absolutely. Well, first of all, his brilliance as a racehorse has already got your attention. So now he's got all these great mares sent to him for his first book, and they've been creating buzz at the 2-year-old and training sales. So you understand the excitement, and so far from a small sampling, he's kind of delivering on the hype.
Yeah. Flight Command, you see, like, he cost $275,000. It's like, oh, what's wrong with him?
Yeah, right.
By Flightline, so what's wrong with him?
There's so many good sires. I mean, so many fast sires. Life is Good was so fast and go long. Charlatan was so fast, could go long. Obviously, Flightline was a freak of nature, but there's so many good sires right now to go to.
One of the best we've seen in recent years. Undefeated, he retired, a Horse of the Year, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and as exciting as he was as a racehorse, the most exciting young stallion right now.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that he went 7 for 7. He just dominated. There was never a race that he was challenged. He never had to reach down deep into himself to win.
See what happens later in the Saratoga Special. What about these New York-bred 2-year-old fillies? Post-parade, there's Blessed to be Bothered.
Yeah, and this horse ran well on debut after not breaking really sharp, but finished with interest.
Blessed, not bothered. Then Annotate.
Yeah, been disappointing in her 2 starts. She's been favored in both of those starts, and maybe she'll be better today.
Luck Penny, first of the first-time starters.
George Weaver, very good with firsters. She's been working well. Her second time out of the gate was better than the first time. She improved with her gate speed.
Valora, the favorite.
Wow, when you outwork 119 horses like she did on July 20th, now I would think she's a runner.
Cyber Baby, Kinsey Thoroughbred debuting filly.
Yeah, really good gate work last time, and three-back, really good gate work. I was there to see it that day. I liked her a lot.
Harlow Drive, Legacy Racing, debuting runner, 21-1, cold on the board. Then Do It for Jack, the Jackie's Warrior, first-time starter.
Another filly that's been working really well in the Midwest and probably going to be ready to fire today.
To the outside, number 9, Wildest Dreams. A solid first effort, encouraging.
Really good effort, and I like that she came back and worked with a 6-year-old allowance-winning mare, Sail with the Wind. Woody Stevens, the great horse trainer, used to work his best 2-year-old with his worst older horse, and if they could keep up with them, he knew they were okay.
Really?
If anybody knew, Woody Stevens knew. Early part of this Jim Dandy program, dominated by 2-year-olds, New York bred 2-year-old fillies in the second, and there's the heavy favorite, Valora. And Richie, here's what we were talking about, the OBS work, again, akin to the NFL Combine, and what you're seeing in this move.
Well, she's straight as a string for a 2-year-old on her own. She's just firing like pistons there. Yalpan, her sire, was extremely fast. She's quick. Now, this was over a synthetic surface. A sub 10 furlong, 9-4. Like I said, they'll never be asked to do that again in their life, but she's been working lights out. She went 47 out of the gate last time, but galloped out 5 furlongs in 58-3. 58-3, she'd be 3 in front of this group.
And she looks tremendous on the racetrack. So you go back to that sales work, it was on April 6th. Now, she kind of got bought. She went into the Linda Rice barn, and her first work was at Belmont Training Track on May 30th. So a month and a half, she probably was pretty fit, but that last work, you know, sometimes when people will go, how fast did they do it, or how they do it in 47, I don't care. You outworked 119 horses. So there had to be some pretty good horses that worked that day.
Somebody at home watching, Richie, saying, well, she's never run before. Like, why is she 6-5? How do they know?
Well, in the morning training, you know, and right now there are so many eyes and ears out in the mornings watching these horses. And anybody who doesn't use the Daily Racing Form Cocker Report as a tool with 2-year-olds, you're missing out, because great information by a terrific team with a great opinion about horses.
Paulie, really difficult to keep a secret about a first-time starting 2-year-old here at Saratoga.
No, it's not, right? So you have the 4, 6-5. The 5 has reportedly been working lights out in the morning as well, and you're getting 9-2 on a horse like this. And the steam that the 8's getting from Churchill Downs, I'm sure a lot of people over in Louisville are betting this filly.
Valora by Yalpan. Then towards the outside, Richie, now the second choice, and Do It for Jack, live on the board.
And a depth of pedigree there. Chester and Mary Broman bred this one, was sold at auction. Half to Mariachi, a winner here in Saratoga. And that family of Seeking the Ante, going back to Ante Spend, real deep pedigree for this filly.
And for the Bromans, and what the Bromans have meant specifically to New York breeding.
Yeah, I mean, the two biggest breeders in the state of New York over the last several decades are the Chester and Mary Broman and Barry and Cheryl Schwartz.
These 2-year-old fillies, number 2, Annotate. Megan, trained by Steve Asmussen, big overlay, 20-1. What are you seeing?
Well, I see a horse that's gained experience in 2 critical starts at 5.5 furlongs, and she, to me, is a horse that's done well for herself, physically developing out of those races. Now, last time out, she caught a wide post where she showed speed tracking just off the pace, again wide. And yes, she was asked and lacked that killer instinct late, but she's just done well for herself. Ricardo Santana Jr. took her away from the pony once they got on the racetrack, obviously reunited with the pony now, but I just feel like she has some room to improve at a huge price, and wasn't ominously in love with some of the other first-time starters in this group. I know, Acacia, you have a little bit of interest with another long shot on the outside of the number 9.
Yeah, as they actually faced each other in that June 18th race, and it does seem like Annotate's starting to figure things out. I think the same could be said for the 9 Wildest Dreams for Jeremiah Engelhart, whose 2-year-olds often are precocious, but this one, I wrote down first time out, really looked like she wanted to go a little bit longer. She's kind of high up behind, looking like she still needs to fill into that frame. And she has become more developed in her second start, but she acted very well. Once again, she was chasing a wire-to-wire winner last time out in between horses in a photo for second. I thought a better than it appears effort. See if either she or Bless Not Bothered coming out of that race can take steps forward. One more firster to touch on. You can't leave out George Weaver with a 2-year-old. The 3, Luck Penny, is debuting, but a daughter of Mackenzie, whose progeny typically you like to see longer, and she kind of backs that up as well. Tall and leggy, but she got on her toes going out, and she's been incredibly classy, acting, and strong. One to watch, Lafitte.
Acacia, trained by George Weaver, having another good summer at Saratoga. What else is new? Circling back to Wildest Dreams, she did a lot of things right. Encouraging first out.
And I thought it was a very good effort first time out, so she has experience. And like I said, she came back and worked with an older horse and more than held her own.
Wildest Dreams, Junior Alvarado. Final thoughts, Paulie?
Yeah, the 4 is taking a lot of money, even money. You come into Saratoga, and a lot of these horses have been working well in the morning. To go to even money, obviously she might be the goods. I landed on the 8 here, do it for Jack. Some of those horses have been coming in from Churchill Downs, have been live.
Rider off. Flavian Pratt, Cyber Baby, considered a contender going in. Not quite sure the reason for the delay, but Flavian Pratt, who it has been an adventure for him the last week. There he is, Flavian Pratt. It was last Saturday, Richie, where he won a race here at Saratoga, and shortly after crossing the finish line in front, found himself on the turf course.
Yeah, and he looks like he's getting either checked out in the ambulance there or getting a ride home. I guess we'll see now. I mean, it doesn't look like the 5 is a scratch or anything. They're putting a lead shank on her to gain more control of her.
2 late scratches. Number 5, Cyber Baby.
Cyber Baby out.
And number 7, Harlow
and number 7, Harlow Drive.
Scratched at the starting
Frank
gate.
Miramati
5, Cyber Baby.
just now announcing number 5, Cyber Baby out. Number 7, Harlow Drive, a scratch as well. I believe it was the second race last Saturday. We had 3 slate scratches at the gate, as rare as that is.
Well, that incident, they were all in the gate, and when one horse acts up in the gate, there's a risk of them accidentally kicking a horse in the stalls alongside of him, and that's what happened there. These horses weren't loaded in the gate yet, so obviously somebody acted up and something went amiss.
Yeah, it looked like Flavian had a little hitch in his giddy up, and there you see Jamie Rodriguez. He's taking his tack off, and the 5 and the 7. Again, you know, the utmost importance is the equine. Make sure they're okay and reload them in. The 5 and 7, obviously very nice fillies that will run another day. Hopefully everything is okay.
Yeah, safety for jockeys and horses. Paulie, some housekeeping. How does this impact multi-race wagers?
Well, the 4 just went down to 3 to 5, and I think that's because the 5 was taking a lot of money. A filly by Cyberknife had been working really well in the morning at 9 to 2. Now you take the money off the 5 and the 7, and they're really focusing on the 2 fillies, the 4 and the 8.
As far as Flavian Pratt is concerned, we'll keep you posted if there's anything to report. The 2 late defections, Cyber Baby and Harlow Drive. And again, for many of these first day on the job, the 2-year-old fillies, this is all brand new for them and taken out of routine in the sense of how they've been prepared in the morning.
Right, they've worked out in the morning with other horses, not in a competitive, field like this, but they didn't have a crowd of people like this around them either. So some of them handle it better than others. And one of the things that Acacia Clement has said over the years that I think is brilliant, 2-year-olds are like Christmas lights. One goes out and they all go out, right? One acts up and the others react to their energy.
One of the greatest metaphors, like in the history of great metaphors.
Yeah, I've gotten such a big kick out of it, and it's spot on.
For the time being, though, behaving themselves. Cross our fingers. Odds on. Valora, the favorite. Frank Miramati with the call. Race 2 from the Spa live on FS1.
Do it for Jack coming up. Wildest Dreams will be the last one. Waiting her turn. Going in. They're in the gate. They're off. A very even start. Wildest Dreams, Annotate kicking through along the inside to vie for the lead. Luck Penny is in the mix too. Annotate on the inside, Luck Penny in between, Do It for Jack 3 right across the track with the heavy favorite Valora lurking in behind them, 4th orange colors on the rail. And then it's Wildest Dreams, who broke well but is now 4.5 lengths off the pace. Blessed Not Bothered at the back, 22 seconds flat. It's Annotate leading by a head, a 3 wide Do It for Jack, and Luck Penny is racing in between those two. Jose Ortiz and Valora 4th, awaiting a spot to run. Another 4 lengths back, Blessed Not Bothered on the inside of Wildest Dreams. They're at the top of the stretch. There's room at the rail for Valora. Question and answer time for the heavy favorite, hugging the fence and coming after Annotate and taking the lead mid-stretch. Do It for Jack is in 3rd. Valora, as advertised, opens up and is much, much the best. Just absolutely cantering through the stretch. 1 by 4. It could have been so much more. Annotate was 2nd. Do It for Jack 3rd. Photo 4th between Blessed Not Bothered and Luck Penny.
Yeah, Frank, could have been a lot more. Valora by daylight in her debut.
I mean, here's a first-time starter in behind horses, taking kickback, and she's in the bridle. She's running like a professional racehorse, like she's done this before. Gets a little dicey as they get closer to the top of the stretch. I think that Jose Ortiz went to angle out around the 2-horse, and she stepped out. And watch coming up in here. She wound up right in this filly's tail for a few strides. You're going to see Jose kind of steady right there. And that was more a function of the 2-horse Annotate coming out, and he was already committed onto her heels, so he had to steady back and tuck in, and it affected the horse outside of her the worst.
See, Louis was trying to close the door too with Do It for Jack, but he just had no horse. You know, sometimes when you're going 25 and another horse is going 80, you got to get out of the way. We'll see if the stewards take a look at this, but the best horse obviously won.
For trainer Linda Rice, not just the win, but watching Valora encounter the traffic and completely unfazed, going about her business. For Linda Rice, like, what did she just learn about Valora?
She learned that not only does she have a lot of ability, she's got quality. You know, you see a lot of first-time starters win gate to wire just because they're precocious and they're fast and they outrun their rivals. To win a race like this from off the pace, in traffic, in the pocket, that speaks more to the depth of quality of a racehorse.
And that's why you should never pinhole a trainer. Like we talk about Chad Brown's a turf trainer, he was a very good dirt trainer. Linda Rice, a claiming trainer. Well, give Linda Rice some good 2-year-olds. We'll see what happens. And this is what's the results.
There she is, Linda Rice, only female trainer ever to capture a training title here at Saratoga. She's done it twice. The Embrace, Valora by Yaupan. Sensational. Odds on delivers some traffic. No sweat. Still glides to victory. Will Chief Wallaby glide to victory in tomorrow's Curlin? He hasn't done much of that. He's talented, he's competitive, but he rarely wins. Back in action tomorrow in the Curlin here at Saratoga.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
gorgeous day in upstate New York. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Valora, her sire, her daddy, Yaupon, entering the winner's circle. Remember, Yaupon was the horse who was being like savage, like by Frenzy Fire, like being attacked by a shark when he won the Grade 1 Forgo. That mental disposition, trainer Steve Asmussen talks about, and he has a bunch of Yaupons in his barn that they have, that's been passed along, that mental disposition, that focus, that calm. We saw it from Valora today as well. She's trained by Linda Rice, standing by live with Acacia.
And we saw that classiness on display with Valora. Linda, she worked fast at the 2-year-old sale, and she's been working fast in the mornings leading up to this race as well. She really put it all together.
Yeah, she's been breezing well, the entire time. I had Jose Ortiz breeze her the last 3 times just so he'd get familiar with her. We were pretty excited about her, as you can see by the crowd we have. But, and Yaupon's had such a tremendous year. So, and I think that she learned a lot today sitting off the pace. It was a nice effort.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, not the quickest break, but it actually turned out perfect. To see how she was able to settle has to be encouraging for a debut.
Yeah, I really think that, Jose been on her. He broke her from the gates twice. She broke very well. Today, it looked like she maybe broke a step slow, but I actually think that Jose had designs on sitting off the pace and letting her close. So.
As you said, packed winner's circle here. They seem to have made themselves at home, which is awesome. How special is that, seeing all these people being able to celebrate a win at Saratoga?
Well, it's a interesting partnership with a lot of new people. Hit the bids. Sabby Racing is involved. Bill Preston. So there's a lot of Mike Valente with IEE, and it's wonderful that they all came to the races today. I mean, where else would you want to be on a Saturday, August 1st?
Amen to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Acacia.
Congratulations, Linda. As big winner circle celebration here, Lafitte.
Lots to be excited about, Acacia. In August, the switch has been thrown, just a different energy at Saratoga. And Paulie, for Valora, what you wanted to see, like, okay, one start, we saw the talent, we saw her class.
Yeah, on the bottom side of that category, says she wants to go a little bit longer. She was very, very impressive today and got a ton out of it. And then really fast time for a 2-year-old filly.
Just another Saturday at the spot. 2 races in the books. 1 win, Gerardo Ortiz. 1 win, Jose Ortiz.
Hey, the brothers have a chance to sweep the card, but you're right about the energy. And this filly, she got a lot out of this race. She learned a lot, and she should continue to move forward. And you were talking about Yaupon and his disposition. Yeah. The poise he showed in the midst of getting savage, he has passed on to his foals. And it's so important. A lot of horses have ability, physical ability. They don't have the mental capacity to stand up to racing. They get shook up, they get worried, they get rattled. This filly looks as straightforward as could be.
I can't wait to see what she does next. Remember how excited we were about Curlin when we were first introduced to him, and the reason there's a stakes race here in Saratoga named after him, one of the best we've seen in recent decades. Curlin, like a modern-day Big Red, a 2-time champion, a 2-time Horse of the Year, Paulie, and that performance right here at Saratoga in the 08 Woodward.
He was so talented. Obviously he won the Preakness, was 3rd in the Derby, and such a good race here when he won the Woodward. He passed the point and won her, boy. I'll never forget, I think I was, if I'm not mistaken, it was right before I was going to spring training, I got a call in 2007 from Mike Welsh, said as a first-time starter, running at Gulfstream Park today for Helen Pitts. The horse won by 10 in the 10 path with Rafael Peirano aboard. His name was Curlin.
And I think you said it right, Lafitte. You compared him to Big Red, Man o' War. If you pull up a picture of Man o' War, Google it, and then pull up a picture of Curlin and tell me if you're not looking at the reincarnate of Man o' War. It's uncanny. And when he's passing horses, he never looks like he's accelerating. Never looks like he's digging in. He just did it so effortlessly because that big, efficient stride.
The 2008 Breeders' Cup up there is one of the best.
2007 in the mud, 2007.
Yeah. The horse flesh in that race that he beat, Street Sense, any given Saturday, hard spun, pretty good field.
Think he's a 2-time Classic winner. If that Classic in 08 wasn't run on a synthetic track, think Ravens Pass is beating him on dirt? Probably not, but I digress. Curlin, presented by Casamigos. Potential prep for the Travers, these 3-year-olds. And you have a horse that was very competitive along the route to the Kentucky Derby. Chief Wallaby, 4th in the Derby, 4th in the Belmont. This effort in the Belmont Stakes Richie. He's competitive. He has the ability, just you don't see the W's.
No, but he went right from a maiden race right into Grade 2 and then a steady diet of Grade 1 competition. Those are big steps forward. And you can see here he is, breaking his maiden. Sorry, yeah.
The Florida Derby here.
Horses. The Florida Derby. I'm sorry. Commandment on the outside.
A little shy about going through that hole.
Yeah, but again, that speaks to his lack of seasoning, his lack of experience. Now, I've read quotes, and I don't know, if this is 100%, but Bill Mott does not quite sure he's a 1.25 mile horse, so that he may be looking elsewhere, even if he wins the Curlin impressively. The next restricted race for 3-year-olds would be then the Pennsylvania Derby, which is 1.1 miles.
He's obviously a very talented, very dangerous. I'm kind of in the sentiments of Bill, and obviously I'm not going to tell a Hall of Fame trainer what to do, but I think cutting back distance will help this horse. I think also he has not had an easy race. He's been thrown in the fire. He needs one of those races where he wins by 5 or 6 lengths, gets a little confidence.
Maybe that's what this is supposed to be, and we'll see how he handles it tomorrow. This race was scheduled for earlier in the week, postponed. Curlin tomorrow, 3 stakes races tomorrow. Paulie, what about Blackout Time? We've been waiting for him to fulfill his promise ever since he was second to a champion last year, Ted Noffey at Keeneland.
Yeah, and sort of that form has not played out, right? Ted Noffey kind of hasn't moved on, litmus test, but it was obviously a very good effort in the Breeders' Futurity. Then he went on to the Rebel and Arkansas Derby. In this race right here, gets a little confident now. He had Lasix on this day, but who was aboard? Jose Ortiz. He's back aboard again.
Well, Jose Ortiz, an embarrassment of riches, and he already has a Travers mount in his Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning Golden Tempo. Mm-hmm. So if I'm a jockey, I'm already over my agent. Hey, make sure you're in Kenny McPeak's ear. If he needs a rider in the Travers, I want to ride that horse. Obviously, second to Ted Noffey. Stops and starts in his preparation, missed the Triple Crown, but the last race kind of showed he's back on the beam. And by the way, Ted Noffey, your 2-year-old champion, rejoining Todd Pletcher's stable.
I look forward to seeing him resurface. There's the macro and the micro, the race tomorrow, the Curlin itself, and then the big picture of what it could mean as it relates to the Travers. What will you be looking for to say, yeah, that guy, he can perform in a race like the Travers?
Well, you want to see a horse that's finishing. You want their legs up underneath them. This is 9 furlongs of Travers, 10 furlongs. And I know people say, well, it's only 220 yards different. There is a dividing line, and horses top out at a certain distance, and there's a big dividing line between the 9th and 10th furlong.
It just seems like a lot of these trainers are searching, right? You have a lot of 3-year-olds that are going every which way but loose. Silent Tactic throwing his hat back in the ring. Chief Wallaby, even Emerging Market trying to get a W. He got beat by a holder horse in Winstock. But, that horse won the Los Alamitos Derby a long time ago. He's a pretty classy horse. So now you got Chief Wallaby trying to get a little bit of momentum going. I just think everybody still thinks, I could beat Golden Tempo until Golden Tempo beats him again.
Continue to underestimate him. The Derby was a fluke. We'll see what he does in the Belmont. Not so much. The leader of the division trending up to the Travers. Golden Tempo. Curlin tomorrow. Jim Dandy today. And this, the start of the race, so important as it relates to the outcome of the race. The MIG, Richie McLeary, takes you inside the Iron Monster next.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
Right to win the Wonder again. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
can.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey Japan Cup.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, wait for the truck. All right, yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
If you get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
That was really good. That was like looking for something to make fun of. I can't. That was really, really good, Richie. As you look at the starting gate in place, the Wilson chute for race 3, but spinning it forward to the Jim Dandy, who does the start pertain to most of the runners in the Jim Dandy this evening?
What's kind of interesting in a short field, none of these horses are the sharpest breaking horses, but the one it means the most to, I believe, is number 1, Chip Honcho, who feels like he is clear-cut speed. And we're going to watch him break first in the Preakness, post position 6. Watch how he's going to kind of shuffle, break into his left lead, not clean, you know, it's a little bobble, and just not as fluid as you want to see it, right? But then he's fast enough, and he got hustled up a bit there by Jose Ortiz to get his position going forward. Today, there's no speed in the race. Now, he came back to win the Ohio Derby. Same thing again. Watch how he kind of shuffles leaving there and breaks into his left lead. He's post position 3. Right here, you see he's into his left lead where, you know, you want to be on your right lead and just not quick, not slow, but not dazzling quick. And for a horse that looks like he's the main and clear-cut speed in a race, from post 1, you just want to get away from there clean so you don't take the risk of getting shuffled back. I don't foresee that happening. but for me, the start's most critical for him
That
today.
can't be a great feeling as a rider, almost handicapped when you're on this horse that wants to be in front, in control, and knowing, man, he just has this bad habit of getting out of the gate sloppily.
Yeah, but you know, some people would say post one's not a great post for a horse like that. I would disagree, because you're not in between two horses, so they're not going to be able to squeeze you. You've got inside position to work with. There's usually about 4 or 5 feet to the rail. So even if you get off a half a step slow, you have a chance to hustle them, and they can't take your ground that fast.
So, Paul, assuming he breaks okay, assuming he makes the lead, Chip Honcho, how far do you think he can take this Jim Dandy field?
I think he's the other horse in here. I'm against Commandment. I just am. I just think going back and forth to Churchill Downs and blinkers go on, what has he done wrong for the blinkers to go on? Maybe they're trying to get a little bit extra, and maybe, I just don't know. I just think that Chip Honcho is going to be dangerous. He can walk to the front end here. There is no pace. Now, whether Silent Tactic decides to go and has got some new renowned speed off a 90-some-odd day layoff, I just don't see anybody pressing him early. Horse is going to be breathing down him late, but he's a pretty accomplished horse, Chip Honcho.
He'll be busting out of that starting gate this evening for the Grade 2 Jim Dandy live coverage on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins in about an hour and a half. Horses in the paddock only race in the first 6, not for 2-year-olds. Out of that Wilson Chute $100,000 allowance optional claimer. Megan Burgess in the paddock. We're looking at Mr. Papa Giorgio, Megan, but starting with number 6, Reasoned Analysis, the current 9-5 favorite.
And as you should be, he looks absolutely incredible for trainer Chad Brown, who sees the perfect spot for him. He just looked best, and I thought he put forth a very nice performance last time out off of a very long layoff. We hadn't seen him in quite some time, and he was a part of a quick pace that day off of the bench where you saw the closers do well. It was a closer flow of a race. He led a bit down the lane, and I just thought it tightened him up very well. I mean, it's pretty hard for a horse to run a career best figure off of the bench, but Chad Brown knows how to get them ready. He surely flaunted it with this one off of the bench, even stronger for it second time around. And I do think he's going to be forwardly placed with some tactical speed, consistently working solo in the mornings, as he's done well for himself out of that first race off. The number 7, Mr. Papa Giorgio, to you at home, go back and watch that last race. How impressive was that after a very bad stumble, went all the way down to his knees out of the gate, and then he really managed to recover well, show early speed, and that race pretty much fell apart. And he still had horse and was able to recover and do well in that race. You know, he's not necessarily the robust, stronger type when you're comparing him to a horse like the 6, but he's done well for himself. He's certainly the true miler. The number 2, Tuscan Sky, is a horse, Lafitte, that I just wish looked a little bit more livened up. He's very subdued. We'll continue to monitor him on the racetrack to see if he livens up, because that's a little bit of a question mark for me as he looks to redeem.
Connecting the Jim Dandy dots, Megan, Tuscan Sky, who's been breezing, sparring with Renegade. Renegade second choice in the Jim Dandy. We meet the field. Gewürztraminer at 3-1. Arad Ortiz seeking a second, and then the aforementioned gray Tuscan Sky. Good to see Flavian Pratt in the saddle.
Yeah, Tuscan Sky offered up for the $100,000 today, the 5-year-old son of Vino Rosso. I think he's got to lay back today and make one run.
Number 3 is Dreamlike. Does his best running late.
And he's got 3 wins in 10 seconds. I like horses that like to run by horses, not run with them so much. Linda Rice barn heating up a bit.
Reasoned Analysis, that solid first race after the long layoff.
It was a really good race. The worry is it was his best race. So will he regress?
Your usual table, Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Yeah, should be in a really good forward position. Rick Dutrow having a tremendous meet with only a limited amount of starters, but winning it better than 30%.
He the one to catch?
I think the one's going to be the one.
You think really?
Yeah.
But, you know, the 7 to me gets a better draw, obviously, from the Wilson Chute, and maybe can just lay in that second spot. But it's going to be interesting what Jose Ortiz does, and first time he's ever been on Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Somebody came by the set, and who's going to make the lead, 1 or 7? I said, 7, Mr. Papa Giorgio. Sorry about that. Mr. Papa Giorgio, his last start downstate. What happened at the start? No, wow.
Well, I mean, he fell on his head leaving the gate, and the fact that he was even able to pick himself up off the mat like that, great job, Raylu Gutierrez there to just stay in the saddle.
How's he stay aboard?
That's crazy. You know how you stay in the saddle? That's the fear factor. You don't want to hit the ground. I mean, you get real strong, real fast.
It's got to be. I mean, you can see Raylu kind of looked at his irons. When you lose your irons, that's got to be some kind of scary. And you can see out of the top of the lane, really, this horse kind of gets his nose in front. Just a giant effort and just going to get tired here late behind Eliminate. Now, I would think he gets a good draw. You know, after this race, if he breaks a little bit better, he can maybe shadow the one around the racetrack.
The effort, Richie. You wouldn't have blamed him in the least if he threw in the towel after that start.
No, I mean, he had no right to even get back up into the race at all, and then to be contending for the win, turning for home, and rightfully he flattened out a touch late.
As reference, first 6 races, including the Saratoga Special. 5 of the first 6 races, 2-year-olds. This is the outlier. Mandatory pay, pick 5 begins in moments. Another look at reasoned analysis. Paul, it had been over a year since his most recent effort. He comes back on the 4th of July, opening weekend here, Saratoga, and a solid effort shaking off the rust.
Yeah, a bunch of horses, cavalry charge here, and I thought he ran really well. He's going to get out finished by Warp 9 in full screen, but this horse has been off 14 months, and this was a pretty good effort. He's going to get a lot out of this. Like I said, the worry is this was his best number he's ever run. He's a 5-year-old now. Will he improve?
Well, and you know, we know that Chad Brown's great with horses off the layoffs, but he's a 5-year-old coming back off a 14-month layoff. I know as I got older as a rider, if I was off a couple of months when I was young, didn't mean anything. Off a couple months as I got older, it took me a little longer to get fit.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Can you explain how a horse who hasn't raced in a really long time, as was the case, can perhaps try too hard, dig too deep in that comeback effort as it pertains to the next race?
Well, I think that's a great question, because I think earlier in the season we saw it with Nitrogen. Her comeback race was so big, and admittedly by her trainer, Mark Cassey, she was about 80% fit that day, and I think it showed up on her next start. So is there a possibility here that the 6 regresses? I'm going to go with, in Chad Brown, I trust, and that he's going to at least run the same race, if not even a little better.
Paul's hoping you're right, because he's going against and going with Gewürztraminer.
Yeah, I just think this horse can get to the front end. Irad Ortiz got aboard this horse last time, so he's familiar. Kenan LaRose, the trainer, taking over the training duties for our colleague, Tom Amos. And I just think this is a heady claim for 80,000. This horse likes to run in the money, 19 for 33. Got to tell Tom and Kenan to get a little bit better than House Silks. Let's go.
Will we see those House Silks in the winner's circle? Find out in a couple of minutes. To his outside, Tuscan Sky, and Megan, a little bit of a barometer, somewhat of a gauge, given the connection there with Renegade. Running in the Jim Dandy, they have been training together.
They have been training together in the mornings. As Tuscan Sky is a horse I mentioned earlier in the paddock, was incredibly subdued and laid back. That's something that's normal for him throughout a series of races, with Maggie and Acacia reporting in the past. But he got livened up on the racetrack. Flavien Prat gave him a nice warm-up away from the pony, and he looks a bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, you can say, doing so. I like him in this race. I obviously went with the Chad Brown favorite. He looks to loom large, but Tuscan Sky last time out, you know, he was second off the bench. He's not a horse that's necessarily sent for speed. He's kind of that tactical sort that I feel like does a little bit better with some targets in front of him. He dueled on a quick pace, and he weakened with a closer flow. Really didn't think that he ran badly whatsoever. He looks strong, he's fit, he's ready to go. I think you give him another shot at a square price in this race, especially this mile I think is just right for him. I have to disagree a little bit with Paul as far as the pace projection. I do find the number 7, Mr. Papagiorgio, from the outside, perhaps will be a bit quicker early. We'll see how it ultimately plays out. But as far as a closer, the number 3, Dreamlike, is a horse that I just haven't I've been as familiar with him throughout his entire career. I wish he was just a bit stronger overall. I think maybe even longer for him might be a little bit better, but he hasn't run bad races. I just felt as if he was a little bit more tepid. Now he is second off a little bit of a freshening for trainer Linda Rice, and perhaps with Ricardo Santana aboard for the very first time, he can get a little bit more engaged in the race flow, because I do find you're going to want to be forward and finding that tactical position early. Lafitte.
Dreamlike, Megan. Ricardo Santana 7-2, circling back to Gewürztraminer from the rail.
Well, and listen, I do think that Mr. Papagiorgio could have as much speed, but I think the post is going to dictate that Gewürztraminer makes the lead. And a lot of people correlate Gewürztraminer as the great varietal from Germany. It actually originated in Italy, which most great wines originated in Italy, let's be honest. But now more of...
Not like we have security by the set here, Richie.
Anyway, I just like saying Gewürztraminer.
Gewürztraminer at 3-1. Gerard Ortiz aboard. Paul, will anything change in terms of your opinion about Renegade, who's been training with Tuscan Sky based on Tuscan Sky's performance in the second race?
No, I'll take the Allen Iverson approach. It's just practice.
Practice, man.
So I'll tell you what, the one is a little worked up here, so I think should go to the front end the way he's kind of acted in here, but lower than the 2. I'm a little bit surprised that the 1 is lower than the 2 in here.
Tuscan Sky steps forward, Flavien Prat. Reasoned analysis, 8-5 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. The third race, Jim Dandy, Saturday, live on Fox Sports 1.
Reasoned analysis coming up. And Mr. Papa Giorgio will complete the lot. Going up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's reasoned analysis with sharp early speed going straight to the front, but no easy lead for him as Mr. Papa Giorgio is matching strides, and these two have sped 5 lengths clear in the first 1/8 of a mile. Then comes Gewürztraminer, who is racing in third. Tuscan Sky now moves up, claims that third spot. 3 more. Back to Dreamlike, who is at the back of the field. They went the opening quarter in 24 1/5 seconds, and it's reasoned analysis, and Mr. Papa Giorgio still heads apart. Gewürztraminer on the inside reclaims third, ahead in front of Tuscan Sky, and Dreamlike biding his time at the back of the field. They passed the half-mile pole. The half-mile went in 47 seconds flat. The battle continues up top. Reasoned analysis. Mr. Papa Giorgio, less than 3 furlongs from home with Tuscan Sky moving after the top pair. Gewürztraminer is on the inside, and Dreamlike joins the fray. He'll have to go 4 wide, but only 3 lengths off the lead. It's wide open. Tuscan Sky makes his move on the far outside as the field turns for home. At the rail, reasoned analysis digging in. Tuscan Sky alongside, and Dreamlike down the center. These are the 3 to decide it. Dreamlike in the middle of the racetrack trying to get to Tuscan Sky, who has his head in front, and reasoned analysis keeps on fighting. A thriller here. Tuscan Sky just in front. Here's the line. It's a photo that went to Tuscan Sky narrowly. Reasoned analysis was very game in defeat. Dreamlike a close third.
Renegade sparring partner. Tuscan Sky delivers a driving finish in the third at Saratoga.
And Flavien Prat just timed it to perfection. Tuscan Sky last time got caught up in that hot pace where they went the second quarter in 22-2. More of a rating tack today, and he gets it done. Race did not run anything like I thought it would, Paul. Reasoned analysis wound up on the lead. Gewürztraminer chose to rate. Mr. Papa Giorgio was, stalking him, but it was Tuscan Sky.
A 6 ran giant there. You can see the 1 and the 7 out the back. They were the 2 horses that were chasing the 6 early in this race. And Mr. Papa Giorgio said, "Uncle," the top of the lane. And here comes the 2 Tuscan Sky, and Dreamlike grinding away. What a great shot that is. And Tuscan Sky gets the job done. $11. Mr. Rapoli, maybe signs of a good day.
Todd Pletcher, pictured 15-time Saratoga champion trainer, all-time leading Jim Dandy trainer with 8 wins, seeking a 9th with Renegade. There's Mike from Queens, Mike Rapoli. You saw the colors of the Silks New York Met inspired. He's won. Had winners, owned winners, 2 of the last 3, I believe, in the Jim Dandy with Fierceness and Forte. Yeah, those are the colors we're talking about. And Tuscan Sky here, and the class and deep stretched, turning away the favorite. Reasoned analysis.
Yeah, and I think the obituary for Todd Pletcher's career was a bit premature. He got off to a little bit of a slow start, but things have really picked up, and he's a Hall of Fame horseman. They don't forget how to train horses. Everybody goes through periods where it's just not going your way.
Babe Ruth struck out a lot.
I had a sign in my locker when I was riding. Babe Ruth struck out 2,330 times. always reminded me that I always had a chance to hit a home run.
I only struck out half that, but he hit about 800 more home runs than I did.
They're going to keep talking about Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth did a lot of things. A lot of things. Flavien Prat wins a lot of races. And another one here. Tuscan Sky, a deep stretch. Prat going to work, turns away the favorite. 2-6-3-1. Tuscan Sky in the third of 12 at Saratoga.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Pristine conditions on this 1st of August. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Hillendale Adelapa. 3 races in the books, a couple of exciting 2-year-old events, a couple of close finishes, including that one with star jockey Flavien Prat. Tuscan Sky just able to turn back. Reasoned Analysis pick up the action. Richie, top of the stretch.
I mean, look, there's 5 horses in the frame here. Reason Analysis with gutting it out on the front end, and here came the perfectly timed ride with Tuscan Sky by Flavien Prat. And the first 3 races were won by the top 3 leading riders.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You thought it was Ruth, Gehrig, and whatever. It's Ortiz, and Prat.
3 of the best in the business. Prat with Tuscan Sky. And standing by, live with Megan in the winner's circle.
And Tuscan Sky, Flavien, was a horse that was on the pace last time out, but beautiful trip he sat just in behind today.
Yeah, I think short field really was helpful today. It's not a horse that really likes the kickback, so I got a chance to get him out, and that made the difference.
You'll be aboard Commandment for the first time since the Florida Derby. This horse has kind of been with a couple of different jockeys, but you rode him incredibly well. What did you learn from him that day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a great run that day, and he showed up again in the Belmont Stakes. So hopefully, he's got the blinkers on, and hopefully I'll get a good run again today.
Congrats in here. Stay cool.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
Flavien Prat. Think back to what happened last Saturday. It's just the fact that he is in the saddle riding and walked away from that incident is just mind-blowing.
Well, honestly, jockeys in general, they do things that kind of defy logic. You know, have falls like that, get up, come back and win the next race, shake it off. He got a ride home in the ambulance for his horse acting up in the last race.
Yeah.
And he comes back and wins this. He's almost impervious to the pitfalls of the game in some ways.
It's almost like a quarterback interception, real short memory. Perhaps to an extreme, though, when it comes to jockeys and riding these thoroughbreds. Flavia and Pratt on the board as we march forward. Race number 4, more 2-year-olds, more maidens. Polly, a significant scratch. Dream More, the regally bred filly, is out, as is Far Side of the Moon. Right now, Subjugation, the 2-1 favorite, 22 minutes out. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some awesome pedigrees here. The 1 does have experience, so does the 7. Roll Wave, a $900,000 purchase, and that will be the 8-horse. 7-2 right now for Tommy Proctor and Glen Hill Farm. And, you know, Tommy's the kind of his signature colors. He implores Kendrick Carmouche, and I think that means this horse is going to have a little bit of pace. And the way this horse is getting bet early in the wagering, I would think this horse is going to run well.
So you have 22 minutes until the 4th race. A little bit longer than that. Still time if you want to get involved with this pick 6 this afternoon. On top of everything else, $143,000 pick 6 carryover. Get started in race 7, Paulie. Keys to attacking that pick 6 sequence, including the 2 graded stakes races.
Well, we'll start with the Jim Danny. I think Renegade is going to be my key to the pick 6. I get it. Chimpacho is the only speed in there, but it seems like he keeps getting better and better with each start. Does Renegade, or he just outruns whatever the pace is as well. And I think the 1.125 will be better for him. I like him a little bit. Where a lot of people are going to go 3 or 4 deep, I'm going to single Renegade. And for my knockout horse, I love a horse today in race number 8, Duboff, a horse that is very, very fast and is, you know, if you look at this horse's 2 races sprinting, it's got to win and has a 3rd place finish as well. But the one time this horse finished 3rd, she drew the rail. Now she gets to cozy outside position. I think she can lay a good spot for Greg Sacco. Doesn't send a lot of horse here. Christopher Elliott, he's been riding pretty well here with the chances that he's got. I think Duboff could be the knockout horse.
Hypothetically, someone who's never played a pick 6 and they're watching and this big carryover, and explain to them like what this could all lead to, and they're looking for some advice. Like, what's the very first thing you look for when it comes to attacking a pick 6 sequence, or carryover in this case?
I think you have to have a strong opinion on 2 or 3 runners, or if not, your ticket's going to be $400, $500, $600. So if you can have a good opinion on 2, 3 runners, you'll be able to single those horses, and then you can spread from there. If you don't, I think you play for another day.
How challenging overall did you find the 6-race sequence?
Very challenging, you know, especially when you get to the Jim Danny. I think you need to take a stand in there, or you can go 3 deep with Commandment, Renegade, and Chip Honcho. If you want to throw in Silent Tactic, you have to take some stands. It's always difficult at Saratoga. Then when you get a Jim Dandy day, good luck.
Yeah, as if enough wasn't going on, we still have the Saratoga Special, Lake George, and of course the Jim Dandy on Fox. $142,000 pick 6 carryover. And all these 2-year-old races, it was last year. Last year on this day, we were introduced to a filly named Tommy Joe. Her debut on this stage, eventual Grade 1 Spinaway winner, most prestigious race at Saratoga for 2-year-old fillies.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale, you got to be here.
Coming, Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
On this spectacular Saturday of Thoroughbred Racing, welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Gearing up for the fourth race, more 2-year-olds, more potential stars of tomorrow. Up next, and a live look there in the paddock. Because, see, this is where it all starts. It's races like this, where a career begins and where everything could be headed. This day last year, Jim Dandy Day on the undercard, Tommy Joe, first career start, she did that, and a pathway towards the elite of 2-year-old fillies in North America.
Yeah, and finished the meet as a Grade 1 winner. Started the meet as a first-time starter maiden, finished the meet as a Grade 1 winner, and boy, you could see the influence of her sire Into Mischief. He really stamps his offspring, and it's a really, really good filly.
Trained by Todd Pletcher, as is Pinpoint. Yeah, don't look now. Pletcher's starting to get things going. First couple of wins on dirt, last couple of days. Later on, Renegade and the Jim Dandy. Paulie, what do we know about Pinpoint for her second career start up there at 13-1?
Well, she got completely left in her. Yeah, he got completely left in his last start. I think you just draw a line through that, and look who he ran behind Booked. So obviously he was about 8-1, 9-1. He wasn't dismissed in that spot. Now he's come back and worked since then, and I like that you don't see a series of gate trolls after a bad race or bad start out of the gate. So I think you give this horse another look.
To his outside, Roll Wave by Spendthrift Stallion Into Mischief as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by with this 2-year-old paddock report. Maggie.
Lafitte, yes, I figured since we take a look at Tommy Joe in remembering her first start, she was a daughter Into Mischief, why not begin with a son of Into Mischief? And a little tip of the hat to our lovely sponsor, Spendthrift Farm. As Roll Wave, they paid nearly $1 million for this guy who does have a nice pedigree on the bottom side as well. The dam is a graded stakes winner and also minor stakes winner, going long on the dirt. This is her first foal, but she was also a sister to 2 other stakes winners as well. Now watching this one in the morning in his last breeze, he was by himself. He had Kendrick Carmouche up in the irons, who rides him today. Got the flick of the crop a couple times, but responded well to cover the 5/8 in a mile flat. Now he has been a perfect gentleman here in the paddock, getting a touch warm and also just looks slightly soft. And it's not like Tom Proctor is a trainer who necessarily gets them geared up to win first time out. It's more about having an education and getting fitness, as he's also a horse that looks as though he wants to go a bit further than this. Very long, even frame to him, and that just speaks of more of a distance runner. You know, you think about people who are marathon runners, they're kind of longer and leaner. Not that he's lean by any means, but he definitely has that makeup to him. He is taking money on the board, but let's not forget there were some serious defections in here, including Todd Pletcher's half-sister de Clairiere out of the very nice mare cavorting, Dream More. Hopefully we'll get to see him later on in the meet. But number 4 is Chief of Staff for Danny Gargan. Honestly, this was the horse that kind of caught my eye. Now, I feel like a lot of these horses, especially that debut on these bigger days, Jim Dandy Day, Whitney Day, they are horses that are bred really well and typically want a little bit more ground than the 6 furlongs that they're encountering here at First Asking. But like I always say, if they're good enough, they can win at any distance first time out if the talent is there. Chief of Staff looks like he wants to go pretty long, I'll be honest. But they're also precocity in the pedigree. The dam, she won first time out. He's a half to stakes winner, Paradise City, who also won at First Asking. And, you know, there have been 3 more horses that have won at First Asking. So the precocity's there. This guy looks incredibly fit. He's definitely gotten on his toes since he's gotten the tackle. And he's like, oh, I know what I'm here to do now that you put my saddle on. And he does wear blinkers here. he has been working in them. 2 back on First TV, you can watch that race, that workout, excuse me, with an unraced mate. Not asked for much, kind of kept away from that horse as if they didn't want them either to do too much, but he comes in off the back of a 48-2 bullet work, best of 30. Like I said, Lafitte just looks really fit, really ready to go in here overall, and just the one that kind of caught my eye. We'll see if more ground, though, is what he's looking for.
Like Lincoln Hawk, Polly, turning his hat around. He knows it's game time.
That is true.
He knows it's game time.
Rally time.
If you know, you know. Chief of Staff knows it's time to go to work. Roll wave. And there, Cyber Steel, the current favorite, 2-1. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and it does feel like August 1st here at the Spa, Jim Dandy Day, and joining me before race 3, that's jockey Jose Ortiz, who's had an electric start to the meet, but we'll see you aboard Chip Honcho later today in the Jim Dandy. In your mind as a rider, how do you, when you know that everybody else can see that you're the main speed, do you just go forth with that tactical advantage? How do you play it?
Yeah, I mean, play the brake. Obviously, we got the inside hole, so hopefully he brake clean, and now we'll be able to go.
It's a PDJF day here at Saratoga, an organization integral to your community with riders. What have you taken from the organization? You've obviously supported it through your years.
Yeah, it's so important to give back to those riders that unfortunately have injured and they can't ride anymore. So we are very proud to be here today. I think it's a great day, and very proud to be part of the PDA.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Maggie, it's not karaoke tomorrow night. I was pretty excited to see Jose take the mic.
And he was a winner from past editions of that PDGF karaoke. So looking forward to that on the cards. Well done, Meg. As we'll take a look here at a few others as they are set and ready to hit the track here for race number 4, beginning with number 6, Cyber Steel, son of Cyberknife. He's 3 for 19 with his freshman crop of first-time starting 2-year-olds. Now, I cannot go back and watch this horse's workouts. They're all at Ellis, so I'm going in blind. But the dam, she did word first out as a 3-year-old, and this horse is a three-quarter brother to Life Talk, who's a graded stakes winner. So there's a bit of precocity in the family, and you know, like I was talking about earlier with the aforementioned 4 and 8, it feels like several horses want to go further than this. He, however, doesn't. He looks as though he is more suited. He's a bit smaller, not as robust and big as a lot of his other foes in here. And he is fairly laid back, but he just looks more sprint meant. He's built downhill. He has a bigger hind end to him. Comes in here incredibly fit looking after a plethora of workouts. So we'll see what he does here for Brad Cox. Obviously, well familiar with the pedigree as we'll look at Bill Mott's number 2, Jackpot Rocket. He'll send out a duo of horses in here, but this son of Tappet, it's a little bit actually turf meant, but the dam is half to justify. So there's some pedigree if you go back a generation. Good looking horse, little green. He's been very vocal here in the paddock, got on his toes once he got saddled. But I have liked his workouts. If you go 4 back to June 22nd, he was on the outside of Belzoni, who ran very well in finishing second here last week. Put some blinkers on for this one, which he's been working in the morning. He was encouraged to get ahead, but once he did, he galloped out nicely with Belzoni. So while I think connections are expecting just an education and getting a run into this horse, I'll be intrigued to see what he does here, and maybe second asking with more ground is when we'll get him. Lafitte.
Jumping off point, we'll see. Live look, Jose Ortiz, all business, seeking a second win this afternoon. This is a tough question. Maybe we have the time to sneak it in before the post parade. Richie, when somebody asks you, most impressive 2-year-old debut you've ever seen at Saratoga, what comes to mind?
For me, being here live, not as a kid watching on television or anything, would be Uncle Mo, hands down. He was absolutely as impressive and professional 2-year-old I've ever seen.
Right on cue, the colors of Mike Rapoli there, not those. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma Yaupan, already sired a 2-year-old winner today. The leaders of their sire classes in 2025. We'll talk a little bit more about Uncle Mo. So impressive, jaw-dropping in his debut. 2-year-olds here. We start with Subjugation.
Has a race, showed good speed that day. Steve Asmussen's horses run better second time.
Jackpot Rocket.
Yeah, a horse that's bred to go a long way, but it's been working very fast in the morning and is getting played. Could be a dangerous contender here.
Far Side of the Moon out. Chief of Staff in. Pricey Nyquist first-timer.
Yeah, Danny Gargan and Louis Saez team up. Usually they get speed out of this barn. You're getting 7-1.
Apotheon. Godolphin debuting home red.
Another runner from the Bill Mott barn. Junior Alvarado's his go-to guy. He worked both the 2 and the 5. He chose the 2.
Cyber Steel. Tagerbean Racing first-timer.
Interesting horse. I mean, this horse has been working at Ellis Park, and they're running as we speak, so he could have started there.
Didn't go Uncle Mo in his debut. Let's see what he does in his second start. Pinpoint.
Yeah, broke slow, booked, won it. We'll get a better barometer of booked later on in the Saratoga Special.
The favorite in the Special. Roll Wave, Glen Hill Farm debuting colt.
Maybe this is a Tulsa. If you're a Tulsa graduate, the Green Wave, Roll Green Wave. But you're getting a lot of action on this horse at 5-2 for the Glen Hill Farm.
If you love 2-year-old racing, we have more of it. More sophomores, the future. Race 4 Saratoga is next. Paul, circling back to Subjugation. Who you have on top?
Well, a horse that made his debut at Ellis Park and then went from there and started training at Turfway. Now, we've seen a couple horses come in from Turfway Park, been training and run well, and this is the only horse besides the 7 here that has any experience. We saw Steve's horse. I think a lot of people forget, it's not only is Steve a phenomenal first-out trainer, he's one of the best second-time trainer out there, and this is a son of B Jersey. He only stands for 5,000. They trade almost 400,000 for this horse.
Edge in experience, Subjugation. Number 4, Chief of Staff for trainer Danny Gargan. By Nyquist didn't lose until after he won the Kentucky Derby, so suffice it to say, very precocious when he was a 2-year-old.
Well, and Maggie talked about the precocity in the family, right? Obviously, the sire Nyquist. The The Dam won on debut. The Grand Dam won on debut. The mare produced 4 first-time out winners, and I believe in that. I believe that means a horse's family has the mentality to race professionally first time
That
out.
like the genetics passed along to develop quicker than the others.
Yeah, they have the intelligence to handle it a little bit better, and he's been reportedly working very well in the morning.
Co-owned Jack Oxley. You saw those colors, not those colors, but the yellow and blue in the winner's circle following the 01 Kentucky Derby Monarchos. And it seems as though these owners, this Tagermean Racing, these horses take consistently a lot of support, taking a lot of money. And we're seeing it again with this first-time starter in Cyber Steel.
He looks tremendous on the racetrack. Looks like you can shave your beard on his coat. 5-2, like I said, you know, the 2 horses that have the Midwest connection. The 1 ran at Ellis Park, been training at Turfway, and the 6 has been steadily training at Turfway. I think the key here, Brad Cox trained the sire Cyberknife. We've seen a lot of the progeny, as you see the outlook from the 1863 club. They kind of high-headed like him, and he can be, a lot of his progeny can be high-headed, but I would think Brad would know best.
Arkansas Derby winner, Haskell winner, Cyberknife. Megan, what are you noticing from Cyber Steel?
Well, when you go into a paddock after I was doing that interview with Jose, and immediately they're all surrounding me, and the 6 stood out, and in good reason. And a specific thing about him is I've seen a couple of the other Cyberknife progeny, and they look just like Cyberknife, and they carry themselves like Cyberknife. He's kind of the outlier, which I love about him. Now, he is a little bit more subdued, Maggie. I know once he got to the racetrack, though, a little bit of antics there. And for more, Maggie will elaborate.
That's right, Meg. Good horsemanship by Arad Ortiz Jr. as he acted very green with the pony, kind of reared up, got away, just spun around and dropped Ira, but he landed on his feet, kept a hold of him, waited for the outrider to come over and give him a leg up, and immediately, you know, we didn't mess around with the pony anymore. We got a big warm up into us. So he can win here, I suppose, because like I said in the paddock, he looks like the sprinter of this group. I just could not get past the presence of number 4, Chief of Staff. He's just grabbed my eye from the word go, but he is going to have to run against some horses who have experience, including number 1, Subjugation for Steve Asmussen. Now, obviously, I've never seen this horse, but he had speed first time out and likely to have it again here as he just looks like a little pocket rocket. I mean, he's a little bull of an animal, which is what I've seen a lot of times from these B jerseys. He's a horse that they paid $395,000 for after working 20 and 4. Really great push from behind. That's evident in the way he's put together. We'll just see if the experience edge puts him in the winner's circle today. Moving on to another one that has experience, number 7, Pinpoint, debuted against Booked in his first start, who we will see later on in the Saratoga Special. And Pinpoint is a horse that just looked utterly bewildered in his first start in the paddock, and not your most fit Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Well, needless to say, he is a lot more fit. Still don't know how much more speed he's going to have, and he's still just a little lost in the paddock. He got better once he got out on track. Look, the 12-1 on a Todd Pletcher Rapoli horse is not indicating superstardom, but at least there was a slight move forward from first to second start, Lafitte.
Slowly but surely figuring things out. Pinpoint as they've reached the starting gate, and the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. These races, these moments, it's not just this particular horse race, Richie, and you'll notice this from connections afterwards. Yeah, we just won a 2-year-old race at Saratoga. It's what it represents, what it might represent for the future.
Well, in the game that we're always living in the moment, we're looking to the future, and we're just trying to get a handle on which one of these young horses are going to step up.
Final thoughts, Paulie?
The way the board's getting bet, I think the 8's very live, but I'm going to stick with the 1, the horse that's got experience.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Miramati with the call, the 4th from the Spa Jim Dandy, Saturday live on Fox Sports 1.
Here's Pinpoint coming up. The rider has just stood up on Jackpot Rocket in the starting gate. Junior Alvarado looking to get back on this Restless Gray, son of Tappet. Still a little bit Anxious in the gate, calms down. Junior back up. Here's Roll Wave to the outside. They're in the gate. Junior off again. Still awaiting the reuniting of Junior Alvarado and Jackpot Rocket. Still not on. Assistant starters working on this issue. He gets back up. And they're off. An awkward start for Chief of Staff at the back of the field. Cyber Steel, on the other hand, is very quick, and so is Pinpoint. Those two hook up right away with Subjugation along the inside third. Apotheon is in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Roll Wave. 3/4 back to Jackpot Rocket, and another 3 back to Chief of Staff. It's Pinpoint taking the lead past the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Pinpoint clears off, leads by a length. Apotheon moves into second. At the rail, it's Cyber Steel in third. Subjugation joined and passed by Roll Wave, Yellow Cap on the far outside. Then Jackpot Rocket and Chief of Staff with a 1/4 mile to run. And Pinpoint is the target at the top of the stretch. Leads it by about 2 lengths now as they come to the 8th pole. Along the inside, Cyber Steel was steadying a bit and is second. Out in the center, here comes Jackpot Rocket with big strides in the center, but Pinpoint has opened up an insurmountable lead. It's all Pinpoint rolling home to win by a half dozen. Photo for second, Cyber Steel held off Jackpot Rocket.
Figuring things out all right. Pinpoint 12-1. Those Uncle Mo, Mike Rapoli color strikes. Back at the start though, Richie, what'd you see?
Well, keep an eye on the 4-horse, who just becomes an absolute sandwich.
Wow.
There. I mean, he got completely eliminated. You saw Luis Saez was knocked out of the saddle there. And the other horse that was involved in that incident was the 2 Jackpot Rocket, who was acting up in the gate, and he actually rallied very nicely to be a distant third. But Pinpoint, what a difference a race makes.
Yeah, we talked about his last race. You just got to draw a line through it. He got left in the gate. A lot of horses acting bad, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to act good today. And the race was over. The 1 came out at the start. The 5K came in, the 2 and the 4. And Mr. Pletcher, that white goatee is matching that tie.
Took a while for Todd Pletcher. Took a while to saddle a first winner on the dirt. He knocks down yesterday's Amsterdam and 2 more today. Pinpoint not have been more impressive. Ricardo Santana runs them off their feet. 7, 6, 2, 1.
And Todd Pletcher, back-to-back wins for Mike Rapoli. And I guess we're not going to label Todd a turf trainer.
Not done just yet.
And you know what? So they ran 111.50. As you see Todd going down in the winner's circle, he's telling Steve, haha, I got a better 2-year-old than you. That filly ran about the same time in hand for Linda Rice.
Pinpoint on target. No, by the way, he's the colt who was, among others, smoked by Booked in his debut. Booked, who you'll see in about an hour, the heavy favorite in the Saratoga Special.
Yeah, Booked came back to win a stake. Now he's going to be favored in the Saratoga Special, and I think it just shows the quality of the kind of horses he was competing with.
You know, you have to pay attention to a lot of these races. Pinpoint is the winner. I think he's going to move forward. But with a pedigree like the 2 and the way he acted up at the gate, you got to pay attention to Jackpot Rocket.
As Richie mentioned, big effort. And you thought he was going to have trouble getting out of the blocks based on his behavior in the gate.
Yeah, he kept on wanting to sit down and rear up, and he just wasn't being very cooperative. So he didn't break very sharp. But then you see how young horses in particular, they flow to empty space like water. And if you don't break heads up with them, they are going to pinch your back.
By not this time, Pinpoint, trainer Dale Romans trained not this time, described him as spooky good as a 2-year-old. Blowout win, Pinpoint in the 4th and later. Trainer Mark Cassie already saddled 1 winner today, Voyager earlier. in the first race on the program, won the Coaching Club American Oaks last Saturday. And next week, the filly, the champion Filly Nitrogen, takes on the boys in the Whitney.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run. Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class. She's so speedy in that sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
I'm Travis Boersma, owner of Flying Dutchman Farm here in Lexington, Kentucky. I've been going to the track since I was about knee high. You know, it's been part of my blood for a while now. Well, as you know, with horse racing, it's sometimes one step forward, two steps backward. Hopefully you make 2 or 3 steps forward and only 1 step backward. And that's what we've been doing here for a while, and I'm having a ton of fun with it. And my family is all involved, and it's a great, great team that we have in place. It's out of this world. Fasig-Tipton's Saratoga sale is my favorite. Not only is it the class of the highest quality thoroughbred horses in the world, it is exemplary and out of this world experience, and it's something that I look forward to every year. Owen Almighty, shred the gnar. We got a hopper full of future prospects. I'm looking forward to coming to the sale this year and seeing what we can't dig up. We're always looking for a diamond in the rough.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports, and we are proudly brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Second winner on the card for trainer Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. And Todd, it was a big deal that you hadn't won on the dirt at the beginning of the meet, and now you're 3 for your last 3 on the main track as Pinpoint. He seemed like a little lost puppy first time out. He was all business today.
Yeah, he's a durable colt, and we got some really solid breezes into him after that debut. And immediately after that race, I was kind of thinking, you know, this might be a grass horse. But he just kept getting a little better each week. And I think, you know, the start and the fitness, you know, was a big advantage today against a lot of first-time starters.
Absolutely, and we'll see you well represented too in the next race. Is life-changing. She'll make her first start. Daughter of Life is Good, half-sister to Seize the Gray, who actually broke his maiden 4 years ago on this very day.
Wow, it's been a while.
Yeah.
It's a quality filly. She's been training very well. She acts like she's got some speed, so hopefully she breaks cleanly, and we'll see what happens.
And you're looking to keep things going for Mike throughout the day. Time to Dream later on in the Lake George, but I got to ask about Renegade. As you were telling me yesterday, same shoes that he's been wearing, the glue-ons 3/4, and how has he been working? I know you weren't particularly in love with, you know, kind of out of the Arkansas Derby into the Kentucky Derby and to the Belmont. What's the difference this time?
I just think he's a little fresher. You know, he's been doing really well. His appetite's been great. He's put on some weight. Energy level's better. Talked to Irad a little bit this morning. It's an interesting race from a strategic standpoint, but I think it's important we just let him run his race, not try to change his style.
Well, Todd, here's keeping things going. Well done on the day.
We'll try.
I love that. Knocking on wood. Lafitte?
Don't need a lot of luck when you're that good. Not when you're one of the all-time greats. Todd Pletcher, 15-time Saratoga champion trainer, 8-time Jim Dandy winning trainer, looking to pad his stats with a Renegade later on this evening, celebrating another win on the program. Pinpoint Basic Tipton Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? If it's Rapoli, you can expect that. Paulie, the head count, you can expect that.
And he's got a live runner in the next race, but Pinpoint gets the job done, and not this time. Colt out of the Cantheros mare. Magic Circle, you had that pick 3, $109. When you move to race number 5, life's changing, a $1 million, and we'll throw the $25,000 there. Purchase is your favorite in the pick 3s and pick 4s. So Rapoli's trying to win a race with different jockeys from everywhere today.
All things going in the right direction for the team and getting that momentum built before the Jim Dandy Renegade in the Jim Dandy later on this evening. More 2-year-olds coming up, race 5. 2-year-old fillies, life-changing 5-2. But we just wanted to put a button on what we just saw and for trainer Todd Pletcher and just put his accomplishments into perspective. You know, a 15-time Saratoga champion trainer, Richie. Like, can you put that into perspective?
It's almost impossible to do so. To win the title up here against the best of the best. The thing about Saratoga is you've got horses coming from all parts of the country, every different jurisdiction, and everybody brings their best. Winning one up here is like winning 2 anywhere else. The owners are out, the best horses congregate, the best riders, the best trainers. So to win 15 titles here, it's just unbelievable. To give you some perspective, as a jockey, I could have been leading rider here 4 times. Should have been leading rider here twice. Never got it done. So all I had was excuses. All they got is getting it done, and getting it done at the highest level. Todd Pletcher, one of the greatest horse trainers in the history of our game.
And Paula, you played with the best in your time in the majors. You watched the best slump, and then it's just a ground ball with eyes. It's a little flare, and all of a sudden, the best of the best get locked in.
And you hope he kind of slumping against you, and you're hoping that he doesn't get hot or you get him hot, right? And right now, Todd Pletcher is hot. I wouldn't want to face Renegade right now. The way the barn is going, you know, you got a couple wins, you got a live runner in this race. We say it all the time. Todd, you know, besides the great Woody Stevens, who won so many Belmonts in a row, there's not another trainer that's conquered that. He had a filly win the Belmont. Obviously, we were talking about Curlin. Rags to Riches got the best of Curlin, but you can go on and on. Todd's success here, it's just a matter of time.
And like you said, it like a lineup where hitting can be contagious, like winning in a barn can be contagious. And we're seeing just that at just the right time leading up to the Jim Dandy. Yeah, buckle your chin straps for this one. Next Saturday on Fox, part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Whitney, the fabled Whitney, one of the most celebrated weeks of racing, one of the most celebrated races at Saratoga. And the storyline, the filly taking on the boys, the champion filly Nitrogen, trying to become the first female to beat the boys in the Whitney since the great undefeated Personal Ensign back in the late 80s.
It's pretty rarefied air when you're talked about in those hushed tones of Personal Ensign. Undefeated mare became an unbelievable broodmare. Nitrogen loves Saratoga. Her last win was incredible in the Ogden Phipps, who, by the way, campaigned Personal Ensign. And she is training lights out here, Paul.
It's, to me, as you look at the notable fillies that have beaten the boys, pretty good list, I would say, right there.
You ain't lying.
Oh, my goodness.
You ain't lying.
Not a lot of losses there. And, you know, over my time, I could say, Gary Stevens, phenomenal with winning colors. Zenyatta's the best, probably, female I've ever seen. And for about a 4-race span, Rachel Alexander's the fastest horse I've ever seen. So when you look at this Whitney, it's got chances of being one of the best Whitneys we've seen in a long time. You got the best older horse in Magnitude. You got the best female horse in Nitrogen. You got the best horse that can't get out of the gate in Baeza, and you got the best horse from last year in Sovereignty.
Oh yeah, him.
It's a crazy race.
Hey, sometimes the filly will take on the boys because the competition amongst the males is like, not the case here with the Whitney. So Megan Burgess with us, nitrogen, the heavy lifting, gearing up for the Whitney. What have you observed in her training leading up to next Saturday?
I've observed what I've called her in the past, the apex version of herself, the nitrogen. She has been getting over this surface so well as she completed her final breeze in preparation for this Whitney Stakes. That was yesterday, July the 31st. She did so solo in hand, as we'll take a look at that work, where you notice horses traveling easily in the bridle we often refer to when they're moving so well. That's exactly what she did. She wasn't hustled upon by her rider. This was not a drill to insert any type of fitness or speed per se. It was just to keep her going. And when speaking with her connections, it was almost keeping nitrogen on the ground, because when she wants to run. You go all the way back to when they gave her the bit of time away off of the layoff last year into her campaign. Now she did not want the time off. She wanted to run. She wanted to go back to work. For DJ Stable, John Green, and Mark Cassey, nitrogen looks to be at her best, which she will have to certainly bring so against a solid group of boys. Lafitte, but a 113 buyer last time out certainly puts her in the mix, but she's the type of filly that you can do so many things with tactically. We'll see how they work it out on Saturday.
Do not miss that one. Whitney next week, always intriguing. The filly taking on the boys at the highest level. And among those boys, as you mentioned, Paul, is Sovereignty. Like the horse that did everything in 2025. Horse of the year on this day. He won the Jim Dandy. He won the Travers at the end of the summer. It's been different in 2026. Hasn't won yet this year. Is Sovereignty still Sovereignty?
Well, that's a great question. You know, I don't know. I think he's still Sovereignty, but I think just Magnitude decided to show up in he's a different kind of animal in Magnitude. And I think when it comes to Sovereignty, he's got to get back to where he was last year. Maybe up here in Saratoga will help him. I mean, that's just, he kind of was on edge at Oaklawn. I know, Richie, you saw him a little bit. Journalism now has been retired. That whole race was kind of weird when they got beat. And you wonder if Magnitude has kind of progressed. And they all got to hope that nitrogen stings Magnitude to an ultimate degree, because if she's able to go by Magnitude and hold off some of these other horses, she's a super filly, beyond a super filly, because I don't think she can get ahead of Magnitude. But Sovereignty kind of needs the hope for them two to kind of ding-dong on the front end.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sovereignty, first start back Oakland Park handicap, a departure from his style. Wasn't much pace. Wasn't really the way he wants to run. His next race I thought was disappointing. Now, I've heard quotes from Bill Mott saying he didn't think he was crazy about the track. This is kind of make or break. Now, maybe he's the same Sovereignty we saw last year, and Magnitude's a better version of himself as a 4-year-old. There should be steady improvement as they're getting older.
Cynical game. You can accomplish everything Sovereignty accomplished last year, the Derby, the Belmont Horse of the Year, and still coming up on like a statement race. Like, yeah, prove it to us again. Whitney next Saturday. Up next in the 5th, more 2-year-old fillies, and Kinnan LaRose with a live one. That's next on this Jim Dandy Saturday on FS1.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Kinnan, tell us about Vera Badrasana. Hope I said that right, for Joel Politi and his wife Julie, that she's named after warrior pose.
Yeah.
But she has been keeping nice company in the morning. How has she been holding her own against some nice horses?
Yeah, you know, she's been working well, and you know, really these last 3 or 4 weeks, kind of the light bulbs turned on for her. She had a good solid work out of the gate here,
yeah,
and you know, followed it up with just an easy half with stress relief, and you know, she's been a good workhorse for us, and we're excited for Saturday.
Is there any trepidation on your behalf, as much as I love Jackie's Warrior, she's a daughter of his, that he hasn't gotten off to as big of a start as I was hoping? I think he's like 1 for 24. Does that concern you at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's individualized, and you know, it just takes that one horse to, you know, maybe spark the engine, so to speak. So you know, let's hope it's her.
Do you think she's capable of winning at first asking?
I think she's capable of winning. She's got, you know, she's got plenty of fitness underneath her.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of works. You know, she's maybe a little bit behind the 8 ball with her gate works, but you know, she's had 2 solid gate works, and yeah, you know, we're excited for Saturday, and you know, we think, you know, for her, she's got to break well. If she breaks well and puts herself in a good spot, it'll be hers from there. But yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens and let Ricardo do his thing.
Now, I know Joel Politi's wife told you that you're going to have to do warrior pose if she wins. Can I jump the gun and can we do warrior pose to honor her?
I'll try my best.
All right, ready? Okay. And then, Vera Badrasana. Kinnan LaRose is a very good sport, and wishing the best for Vera Badrasana here, but she is acting a little bit green here in the paddock and not taking as much money as I was hoping, but that could mean nothing. We just had a 12-1 second time starting winner in the last race. So let's check in with those first time starters, Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, looking to go back to back, as we'll check in here with number 8, Life Changing. She's taking a lot of money on the board. As you may or may not have heard, she is a half 2 C's, the gray by Life is Good, who's gotten off to a great start. He is 7 for 17 with his first time starting 2-year-olds. She is a little bit more of a lighter framed individual. I wish there was a bit more substance to her, a bit more muscle mass. She has been a pro though, however, here in the paddock, which I do appreciate. And she looks well prepared, mentally and physically. Watching her workouts back on July 13th, she was hard on the bridle. She really wasn't allowed to do much to go that 49-2. Then she follows it up with the 47 flat out of the gate, best of 120. As Todd also pointed out in that interview, she does have good gate speed, and that's how you generally win these 2-year-old races. We'll take a look at number 2, Judy's Rockette. I know connections are high on this daughter of Constitution. They did pay $800,000 for her as she worked 10 flat at the OBS March sale. She wasn't asked for much, but boy, she has a big, efficient stride for a somewhat smaller filly. This is a group of pretty good-looking fillies that do have some size to them, and I like what I am seeing from her. She's kind of been kept quiet throughout the proceedings here, and it's paid off. She, going back to a work a long time ago, she did sit off an unraced mate, easily got to him, galloped out well in front without being asked. I do think there's some quality here. She's very athletic looking. As number 4, Fair Practice, I'll be honest, I'm not in love with this pedigree, especially going the 6 furlongs first time out. Tacitus hasn't been the greatest sire, especially first time out. He's only 6%. Though the dam she won at first asking as a 2-year-old, and actually her half-brother will run in today's 7th race, C. McGriff. She's beautiful, though. I wasn't expecting to like her, but I do, however, in the paddock, and she has been working pretty well. She was a touch slow out of the gate, but she easily caught up in that last gate drill, and then she was asked a bit late, kind of second best to a mate. I don't know what to think of her because I'm not in love with what's on paper, but I do like her here in the paddock, as the horse who caught my eye by a mile is the Brad Cox trainee, Winna? I'm not exactly sure how to say that, but a daughter of complexity. There really isn't much pedigree. I can understand, you know, not being that attracted to her because of what's on the paper with her, but she is big, beautiful, stunning. She's been nicely on the bridle, responding to her handler's cues throughout here. She looks incredibly fit, as most Brad Cox trainees do at first asking. My only trouble with her, Lafitte, is, like I said in the last race, she just looks as though she might want a bit more ground.
Winna, if a 2-year-old filly catches Maggie's eye, Maggie's attention, yeah, she should catch yours.
Absolutely, pay attention. You know, Maggie's so sharp, and she really clearly defines the ones that look well prepared.
World-class connections. Wyna, Stone Street, speaking of curling, trained by Brad Cox, and Arad Ortiz in the saddle. Maidens, more 2-year-old fillies. Paul, who graduates?
Wow, this is a tough event, isn't it? I went with the 7, I won't pronounce the name, for Kinnan LaRose, the one we had the feature on. I thought she's been working well in the morning, but you can go with a lot of different runners in here. The way the 2 ran the last race for Belmont, Junior Alvarado, and Flank Fetcher, I would think the 2 here is pretty live.
Vera Bradesana. She's a 7 filly the rest of the way. So she's the 7 filly the rest of the way. Post parade. There's Charlotte's Peach. Tries dirt in her second start.
Showed run on debut on turf and has worked well on dirt.
Amelia in air and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, another one from Whit Beckman. He unveiled a nice filly here last year, capable with first-timers.
Don't always go in order. There's Judy's Rocket, Frank Fletcher's first-time starter.
Yeah, $800,000 purchase, been working really well in the morning, gets Junior aboard.
Maggie mentioned the connections, confident Judy's Rocket. Here is number 4, and fair practice, Seth Klarman's first-time starter.
I thought she looked well in the post-parade. Tacitus out of a super saver mare.
Number 5, maybe it's Destiny. Cold on the board, another fresh face.
Cold on the board, but comes in off a 59-3 work at Churchill Downs. That's a pretty good work for a 2-year-old.
Aforementioned Wyna.
Yeah, I mean, looks the part, gets Irad aboard. This one for Stone Street.
Vera Bradesana.
Well, Vera Bradesana got a 59 and change gate work, and I like to see good gate works. In the colt division of this same race, the last one, we saw how a rough start can really affect a performance.
Dr. Joel Politi won with the first-time starter, first race last Saturday. There's life-changing, favored at 2-1.
Yeah, this won the half to Caesar Gray, who won the Preakness. Obviously, tremendous pedigree here.
Flightress, yes, everyone, Flightline filly unveiling.
Yeah, a little bit green with the pony just now. Shug McGay's horses get better with racing.
Number 10, First Sight, most experienced, 2 starts.
Yeah, she took on the boys first time out and ran a decent third, and then just missed last time at 80 cents on the dollar.
Last year, we met the eventual Grade 1 Spinaway winner on this day. Tommy Joe, how good are these fillies? Only time will tell, but a chance for several to begin their career in about 3 minutes. And circling back to the 7 filly. Paul, Vera Bradesana, your top selection.
Yeah, I just call it the surfboard pose. 12-1, and like, you know, Maggie was hitting everything right on the head, saying, listen, Jackie's Warrior hasn't got off to a great start as a sire, but I think that will change a little bit. She's a pretty looking filly. And I love that, you know, she's got good works at Keeneland and then a nice little couple works here. And like McKinnon said in the piece, she's not going to be not fit. She's got a ton of works, Mig.
At a price, 12-1, then to the outside, the favorite. And then we've seen this one before this afternoon. It's Mike Rapoli's life-changing, ready for her debut for Todd Pletcher. Pletcher seeking a 3rd win in the afternoon.
Well, her gate work 2 back, and then she came back with a nice maintenance work, was really good. She got a B+ on the Daily Racing Form Cocker report. She went 47 flat, out in 59 and change. So that means on the gallop out she went less than a minute. And then I love that pattern where they have that, they do the heavy lifting, the strong work, and then that maintenance move into a race. Not many better at it than Todd Pletcher.
So, you know, we had in the other 2-year-old race, Lafitte, we had a horse that did not run first time out, come back to win. So what's that horse that we can find here? I wish I was hanging at the 1863 Club when I was that old.
You can hang in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. You can hang there all you want the rest of the afternoon.
Like the one at 13-1, a horse that's got races, you know, and experience. You're getting a good price on that kind of horse.
You look at the connections. You look at the pedigree. You look at these prospects. These, Paul, it feels like an all-star game or something akin to, you know, before athletes go pro, the best of the best all getting together.
Yeah, so if it's baseball, this would be the Cape Cod League, and all the prospects go there, and then everybody's got their little niches, and I'm sure all these trainers are kind of scouts looking for their next prospect. And the 4 fair practice, you know, Tacitus, a classic winner, long, super saver, a Derby winner on the slop, so this horse should be able to be a little bit better going long, but another horse getting played here.
Yeah, Maggie said she wasn't expecting it, but really liked what she saw from fair practice in the paddock.
Well, you know, to be fair, Tacitus is just not proven to be a really productive sire, particularly with horses early on. But, you know, this is a horse by Tacitus that brought $150,000. Tacitus stands for $5,000, so must have been more from her athleticism, her physical conformation.
Picture perfect Saturday afternoon. Maggie, there's the long-term potential for these prospects, and then there's the here and now and the edge and experience that Charlotte's Beach from the inside does have over most.
Yeah, Meg and I were just talking about number 1, Charlotte's Beach, and that she's interesting. You know, Not This Times can be so versatile, and on the bottom side, she's incredibly versatile too when it comes to pedigree. The dam and the siblings have all won on different surfaces, so I'm okay with her getting to this surface. She's way more together second time out. Her coat's better, she's more well-muscled, she's sharper, she should have speed from the rail position. We saw it last race. This could be the move here at 13-1. As we'll also take a look at number 5. Maybe It's Destiny. I love that name out of the dam Maybelline. They paid $200,000 for this filly at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. She was asked a bit for that. They're not timed. You just kind of watch how they move. And she did move well. She also looks as though she probably wants to go longer, as the dam did. She was a stakes winner on that surface, but she's been keeping good company in the morning down there at Churchill for Kent Sweezy, preparing for this, working with older horses as well as a first-time out winner, Epernay, who did win at Ellis, albeit on the turf, but working better than them. Last time out with the 4-year-old maiden, she kept responding, kept galloping out. Like I said, this might not be her gig going 6 furlongs here, but as the longest shot on the board, watch her with interest because she was so classy acting and incredibly fit looking.
Life-changing, not the longest shot on the board, the favorite. Big Brother Sees the Gray on this day. Jim Dandy Day graduated, he won. Colt finished second by the name of Dornick. Eventual Classic winners, both of them, a Preakness winner and a Belmont Stakes winner on the undercard of the Jim Dandy. That's the kind of potential we're talking about with these 2-year-olds. These are 2-year-old fillies, and Mike Rapoli's Life-Changing is the favorite for Todd Pletcher at 2-1. Frank Miramati with the loading call.
Thanks, Lafitte. Maybe It's Destiny. And the last one is First Sight. Maybe It's Destiny walking up, halfway in. First Sight will be the last one to load. She goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and First Sight gets the first call out of the gate. Life-Changing and Flightress are in the mix early on, and Judy's Rocket moves through along the inside. Wyna is racing in between horses. Down at the rail, Charlotte's Beach. Amelia in Air is next, has 7 lengths to make up, followed by Fair Practice. Maybe It's Destiny is next, and a gap of 6 to Virab Adransa. Around the far turn, and the lead belongs to Life-Changing through a quarter in 22 and just under a 1/5 of a second. First Sight is in second. Judy's Rocket is racing along the inside. Flightress in the gold colors is next, widest of all. In behind them, Charlotte's Beach angles to the outside. First Sight is next. From the back of the field, Virab Adrasan on the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Life-Changing, full of run, 3-length lead, chased intently by Judy's Rocket. These two are well clear, coming to the wire, and Life-Changing for Rapoli and Pletcher. That's their 3rd of the day so far. Life-Changing romps, 7 lengths. Judy's Rocket was second. First Sight finished 3rd. Virab Adransa finished 4th.
Oh boy. And here we go. These connections, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, as you heard in Frank's call, 3 wins so far. Life-Changing, that's one side of the story. Here's the other. What happened with the 7? Philly Ritchie, Virabradanasana.
It looks like she just didn't have the best of beginnings, kind of got buffered about a little bit, squeezed a little bit. Probably one to follow back, Paul, but I don't think anybody was beating the winner today. Life-changing, daughter of Life is Good, trained by Todd Pletcher, was very impressive here under Luis Saez, ran to her works. Judy's Rocket, a good effort for second, got a lot out of her debut, but this filly just ran faster than the Colts did in the race before.
A second faster.
Which is how many lengths?
About 5 to 6 lengths. I mean, and in hand, and Todd Pletcher, he's got, like, you know what the crime scene, they got his steps going down the winner's circle and back up, yeah.
Yeah, he's beating a path to the winner's circle. He and his wife Tracy there, and Todd Pletcher's not going quietly into that good night. I think he's got a little something to say about who might be leading trainer here.
I tell you what, if you're a friend of Mike Rapoli, you might want to turn off your phone today.
Least surprised in the building. That look from Todd Pletcher. All the terrific 2-year-olds he's unveiled here over the years. We mentioned for all of us that jaw-dropping performance by Uncle Mo back in 2010, 16 years ago. Still remember it like it was yesterday. Of the 2-year-olds we saw today, would you say this was the most impressive as far as, wow, okay, that one I can't wait to see what she does next?
Yeah, for me, this is far and away the most impressive one of the day, and I think this is a loaded race going in. There were a lot of talk about a lot of these fillies. I think the winner and the runner-up ran to their works. Judy's Rocket sat in the pocket, was very professional, just second best to a very impressive filly that you're probably going to see next time out in a race like the Spinaway.
And Paulie, the half-sister to Seize the Gray, who graduated. He won on this Jim Dandy undercard, eventual Classic winner, eventual Preakness winner, trained by Dwayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher's longtime mentor.
Yeah, and listen, this horse obviously has a tremendous pedigree, and I would think the signs are looking forward, and good for Luis Saez. Only has one win at this meet, another W, and Mr. Rapoli has employed Saez, Pratt, and who was the other one? Oh, Santana. It's like a law firm. Pratt, Saez, and Santana law firm.
Something like that. 8-2-10-7. Remember her name. Life-changing. And all of this leading in one direction. The feature on the afternoon, which you'll see on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Gets started 7 minutes. Jim Dandy, because the second choice in the wagering is Renegade, who is co-owned by Mike Rapoli, who is trained by Todd Pletcher. Pletcher, the 8-time Jim Dandy winning trainer. The momentum they have going, every horse, you know, they're isolated race horses and isolated races, but that connection as far as the energy and just getting that momentum going, Richie.
And to roll off a natural triple here, 3 in a row. And we got to talk about the sire, Life is Good, who won the Whitney and the Woodward here back in the Woodward at Aqueduct, but the Whitney here in Saratoga back in 22. He's 8 for 18 with his first-time starters now.
For those of you keeping score at home, first it was Tuscan Sky, who's been sparring with Renegade, and now back-to-back 2-year-old performance. Pinpoint, life-changing. The things going in the right direction for that tandem. Rapoli, Pletcher, not done by a long shot. Still one more 2-year-old event coming up, or a couple. One more. Saratoga Special is next with Booked, the first of 3 graded stakes races, and Booked, who's already a stakes winner here and strictly the one to beat in the Saratoga Special. One of the most celebrated 2-year-old races every summer at Saratoga.
Well, especially the way Pinpoint came back and broke his maiden in the last race after beating about 11 or 12 lengths to Booked. Now, he did have trouble, but I think it kind of speaks to the quality that Booked was running against.
I do think everybody has talked about Flight Command, everybody's talked about Book. I think the Kenny McPeak runner, Twinkle Town, is a runner, and Jose Ortiz gets aboard. That's all I need to know, I guess.
That's the Saratoga Special. Next, you'll see it on Fox. Getting closer and closer, top of the hour. Fox Saratoga Saturday with the Jim Dandy. Here is the field, presented by Mohegan Sun. Of course, it's the America's Best Racing of the Week. Mile and an 8th, 5 of them. Commandment, 6-5 favorite. Renegade, second choice, 7-5 with the Red Hot Connections. Selection time, gentlemen. Who wins the Jim Dandy?
Well, I'm picking Renegade. I watched him school yesterday. He looked incredible in the paddock, and it's always a boost of confidence when a trainer reiterates what you've already kind of thought. And Todd Pletcher said, He's eating well. He's gotten bigger. He's putting on a little weight. He likes the way he's doing, and that's the way he looked to me yesterday in the paddock.
Todd Pletcher not washed up. Who knew? 3 wins and counting, Paul. Who wins the Jim Dandy?
I'm going to go with Renegade as well. I think Irad Ortiz sticking with this big colt by Into Mischief. And I just think has not done anything wrong. I mean, he closed into a Derby, got out-finished by his brother in Golden Tempo. He got out-finished last time in the Belmont, but he was right there. And I think the cutback till a mile and eighth, and it does not hurt that the barn is on fire today.
The Jim Dandy, so much on the line, not just this race, but what it means for the future and Saratoga's marquee event every summer, the DraftKings Travers. For those who perform well here, that's the next stop where they'll meet Golden Tempo, training up to the Travers Kentucky Derby Belmont Stakes winner. Meanwhile, prices are in life-changing, $6 and change with Louis Saez over Judy's Rocket and First Sight. Life-changing in the 5th. What a great way on a terrific Saturday with all things leading to the graded stakes races and the Jim Dandy, but these stacked wall-to-wall 2-year-old races for the fans here and our viewers at home from the spa.
Well, we had a gentleman come by and say how much fun it is, even though he wasn't picking the right horses, seeing the 2-year-olds. And you know what's fun going forward, what they're going to accomplish? We can say, we were there the day that horse won.
Yep. More of it coming your way. Fox Saratoga Saturday. The Saratoga Special is next. The 3 graded stakes races, then the Lake George, and of course, the Jim Dandy. It's been great having you with us on FS1. And yeah, Stalker Summer with a camera on us. And we have cameras in the barns. Renegade, he is a bad boy. What'll he do in the Jim Dandy Commandment? He'll have those blinkers on for the Jim Dandy runner-up in the Belmont Stakes. Chip Honcho, come and catch me if you can. Grade 2, Jim Dandy, coming up next on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish!
The Horse of the Year Trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year Trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish!
His first yearlings are selling now.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Saratoga.
What a day so far. Exceeding expectations on this Jim Dandy Saturday. And we're not done yet. That's a live look in the paddock for race number 11 coming up. Welcome, everyone. You're watching on the Fox Sports app and Naira's YouTube page alongside Paula Duca, Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Here's the good news. 2 races left to cover.
Yeah.
The bad news, everything that's taken place since we last said goodbye 3 hours ago, like, we can't talk about. Because there's a chance somebody watching, slight chance, has not seen it. So you can't react.
Fair.
You can't react just yet to what just happened.
So I can't be as giddy as I want to be right now?
Not if they know who you picked to win the Jim Dandy, or you for that matter.
But it's beyond picks. It's been an incredible day of sport.
This is so hard for you to keep in right now.
Oh my God, I can't even believe you're
Bubbling
inhibiting me like
Can
this.
we say this though? Met colors actually can shine for a day.
But now we can talk about it. Now we can talk about whatever. In case you missed it, we revisit from start to finish. It is the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Those are post-time odds. Renegade 6-5, Commandment even money at post-time. Frank Miramati with the call, the Grade 2 Jim Dandy.
And they're off in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. It was a smooth start for all. Silent Tactic. Here's Chip Honcho. Gun to the lead on the inside. Chip Honcho wants that lead and will battle it out through the opening furlongs with Silent Tactic, who's in second. Commandment races third and is immediately guided over to the rail. 5 lengths off the pace. Another half dozen or so. Back to Renegade, who's second to last. 2 in front of Asked and Answered. 23-2 for Chip Honcho and Jose Ortiz as they straighten up for the run down the back stretch. Silent Tactic a length back in second. Another 2. Commandment with those blinkers on. Only 3 off the lead down the back stretch. It's a gap of almost 10. Irad Ortiz Jr. biding his time on Renegade through that half in 47-4. Asked and Answered continues to trail. Chip Honcho continues to dictate terms into the far turn, less than a half mile from home. Silent Tactic now puts the pressure on, and Commandment is revving up 3 deep within 2 lengths of the pacemaker as they get toward the quarter pole. Silent Tactic takes the lead, and here comes Commandment on the outside. Chip Honcho will have to dig in, and Renegade starts to roll from behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Silent Tactic, a very wide Commandment. Commandment puts his head in front, and Renegade will try to run them down in the center of the track. He's coming with giant strides, is Renegade. Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack, and he will run them all down in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Commandment ran a big race, but Renegade was simply too strong. Silent Tactic finished third.
Storming home, celebration is on. Mike Rapoli entering the winner's circle. Irad Ortiz, the real Renegade, shows up. Sensational in the Jim Dandy. We'll have all the reaction, but first, Todd Pletcher with Acacia moments ago.
To be joined by Todd Pletcher, a remarkable 5-win day, tying the record for here at Saratoga and doing it in the Jim Dandy with a performance like that from Renegade. Todd, how rewarding was it to see him get there in time?
It was worrisome down the backside. I thought I didn't love the way he was positioned. He was pretty far back. I couldn't tell, how well he was traveling, but Irad and I had talked about it and decided, regardless of what the pace scenario is, we're just going to let him be him. And, tremendous hats off to Irad to have that much confidence to let him settle that far back, and came with a big long run. It's impressive.
It really was, and I imagine onto the Travers. Mike already said he's going to be tough moving in there to take on Golden Tempo again.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for, and, he's He's had a really good 2 months since the Belmont, and hopefully we can have another good month to the Travers.
As mentioned, a 5-win day. This is a game of ups and downs. I know a bit of a slower start to the meet, but with a bang today, how special and how meaningful is it for you and your entire team?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't anticipate you're going to have days like this. We felt like we had some horses that were live and were coming into the race well. But, you know, you can never anticipate to win 5 in a day at Saratoga. It's just, you know, it's such a tough place to win.
Not an easy feat at all. Massive congratulations for all the wins, and especially Renegade.
Thank you.
Unreal. That's 9 wins in the Jim Dandy Todd Pletcher. That's 5 winners he has saddled today. Renegade in that performance. Arad Ortiz, a 3rd win in the Jim Dandy. Richie, what was the most impressive aspect of the performance?
Well, just the ground he made up. I mean, you know, these are good horses. Commandment, Silent Tactic. He made up 5 lengths in the last 3/16 of a mile. He's a talented horse. He's got that closing style. But what a ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. I mean, he was the blend of every good rider I've ever seen in this performance. It was the cool and timing of Eddie Delahousse, the strength and prowess of Lafitte Pincay, the strategic approach of Angel Cordero. I mean, this was as good a big race ride as you're ever going to see.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I think Todd hit the nail on the head. To have that much confidence in the horse when you have Commandment in front of you and Flavien Prat is looking around, waiting for you, and to just drive by. They finished that last quarter Lafitte in 12 and change. So that means he came home in 1 1/8, the last quarter mile in like 1/8 of a mile in like probably 12 seconds. That is rolling, and it wasn't like Commandment was kind of stopping, and even Silent Tactic kind of put his nose back in front. What is a heck of a horse race and a heck of a ride.
We'll be rejoined very shortly, so we'll reset the show for Fox Sports 2. How difficult is it for a rider in that scenario to wait, and wait as long as Arad Ortiz did?
It takes a different kind of cool. You know, it would have been easy to start feeling like I gotta creep, I gotta get there.
Pull that trigger.
But it also then kind of mitigates your run a little bit. That was as good a ride. I mean, I'm blown away because as a former rider, I know how difficult it is to stay that cool.
Don't forget a word either of you just said, because we have to do this again.
It's fine.
All right?
Okay.
Because again, and we'll show you the race one more time. It was that good. We'll revisit the Jim Dandy one more time as we are rejoined by Fox Sports 2 as our coverage continues here. Jim Dandy Day and 2 races left at Saratoga. Hello, FS2 again. Saratoga live as the dust settles following that stirring edition of the Jim Dandy. And the highlight races behind us. There is so much to recap and unpack. Still have 2 races ahead. Welcome, everyone. Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pincay. Everything we saw today, what makes Saratoga so special on Saturday, starting off earlier with the 2-year-olds and all culminating with the Jim Dandy that just took place. The tricky part, we can't discuss it just yet because there's a chance somebody watching hasn't seen it.
Okay, I'm going to try to stay cool here, but I'm going to be honest with you, I'm ready to break through the stall doors.
The 2 races left, and we'll take a look at the field and post-time odds. 5 strong, Renegade, 6 to 5 second choice, Commandment, even money at post-time. The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun, Frank Miramati with a call.
And they're off. In the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. It was a smooth start for all. Silent Tactic. Here's Chip Honcho. Gun to the lead on the inside. Chip Honcho wants that lead and will battle it out through the opening furlongs with Silent Tactic, who's in second. Commandment races third and is immediately guided over to the rail. 5 lengths off the pace. Another half dozen or so. Back to Renegade, who's second to last. 2 in front of Asked and Answer. 23 and 2 for Chip Honcho and Jose Ortiz as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Silent Tactical length back in second. Another 2. Commandment with those blinkers on. Only 3 off the lead down the backstretch. It's a gap of almost 10. Arad Ortiz Jr. biding his time on Renegade through that half in 47 and 4. Asked and Answered continues to trail. Chip Honcho continues to dictate terms into the far turn, less than a half mile from home. Silent Tactic now puts the pressure on, and Commandment is revving up 3 deep within 2 lengths of the pacemaker as they get toward the quarter pole. Silent Tactic takes the lead, and here comes Commandment on the outside. Chip Honcho will have to dig in, and Renegade starts to roll from behind there at the top of the stretch. Silent Tactic, a very wide Commandment. Commandment puts his head in front, and Renegade will try to run them down in the center of the track. He's coming with giant strides, is Renegade. Renegade storming down the center of the racetrack, and he will run them all down in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Commandment ran a big race, but Renegade was simply too strong. Silent Tactic finished third.
Last to first, inhaling the field, Renegade celebration is on. Fired up owner Mike Rapoli. So many storylines, so much to unpack. Arad Ortiz, third win in the Jim Dandy as Renegade enters the winner's circle, and for winning trainer Todd Pletcher, 9th Jim Dandy victory. He saddled 5 wins on the day so far. With Acacia moments ago.
To be joined by Todd Pletcher, a remarkable 5-win day, tying the record for here at Saratoga and doing it in the Jim Dandy with a performance like that from Renegade. Todd, how rewarding was it to see him get there in time?
It was worrisome down the backside. I thought I didn't love the way he was positioned. He was pretty far back. I couldn't tell, how well he was traveling, but Irad and I had talked about it and decided, regardless of what the pace scenario is, we're just going to let him be him. And, tremendous hats off to Irad to have that much confidence to let him settle that far back, and came with a big long run. It's impressive.
It really was, and I imagine onto the Travers. Mike already said he's going to be tough moving in there to take on Golden Tempo again.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping for, and, he's had a really good 2 months since the Belmont, and hopefully we can have another good month to the Travers.
As mentioned, a 5-win day. This is a game of ups and downs. I know a bit of a slower start to the meet, but with a bang today, how special and how meaningful is it for you and your entire team?
Yeah, I mean, you can't anticipate you're going to have days like this. We felt like we had some horses that were live and were coming into the race as well. But, you can never anticipate to win 5 in a day at Saratoga. It's just, it's such a tough place to win.
Not an easy feat at all. Massive congratulations for all the wins, and especially Renegade.
Thank you.
Renegade rolls. Before we go to break, instant reaction.
Incredible run, incredible ride. One of the best big race riders you've ever seen, and I'm super excited about the Travers.
I don't know how you guys do it. You're going 1.8 miles to time that ride. I'm with you. That ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to go in the record books.
Lived up to the billing and then some. Renegade in a statement race in the Jim Dandy, as mentioned. Next stop, the DraftKings Travers, of course, every summer, every season, the centerpiece of activity here at Saratoga. We're not done. 12 on the program, the 11th in 5 minutes. Riders up, post parade in the 11th when we come back.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet 1,000,000 miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
If only the weather cooperated. Aside from that, what a day at Saratoga. And still 2 races left. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2. New York bred sprinters, 5.5 furlongs. Meet the field. There's Illmatic representing inside speed.
And more urgency from the rail. You've got to use that speed, and you get Flavien Prat should be up on the pace.
Just Road Commandment in the Jim Dandy. Flavien Prat, we moved to Joker on Fire, defeated favorite in 2 straight.
This is a perfect example how a horse can be a different horse on turf. 4 starts ago on the turf, the blinkers off. This horse has been a different animal.
He's a contender. Then number 3, Mozambique, make the rider Jamie Rodriguez.
And this horse actually closed really well last time into a hot pace here at the same distance. He should not be 20-1.
Now, Von Vollenhoven out of order there. What happened in his latest?
You know, I think he got that outside draw, so Jose tried to go from the start. I think this horse wants to make 1 run. I kind of think he's got a shot today.
Blamaker, Speedy Colt, he's won 3 of 4 turf debut.
Always shows speed on dirt. Not a lot of turf pedigree to go on.
King Puck. Jose Ortiz takes over.
Went way too fast last time. 21-1. I probably should lay off the pace if the 5 shows turf speed.
Right and lightly raced 4-year-old gelding. To the 8 we go. And Dilieto, 3rd straight try at the level. Diliello.
There's a lot of horses in here that are going to be launching from way out of it, and the 8 is one of them.
Dakota Country, 5-2, in from California, claimed by Bob Hess.
Yeah, and runs big down the hill at Santa Anita. Will that translate to the 5.5? He's 3 for 4 turf sprinting, though.
The runners, the New York bred sprinters in the 11th. And Dakota Country, co-favored. His most recent. Santa Anita, this is down the hillside turf course, Polly, and Dakota Country circling the field. For 6.5 furlongs on grass, they're circling the field and gathering momentum.
Yeah, he beats Donkich on this day, who's an okay kind of runner over there in California. The one thing about Dakota Country, I just don't know how far back he's going to be. He has a wicked late run, and I know, Mick, we were actually talking about this when we had a little bit of time off, riding down the hill. It's a little bit different because the horses can kind of go down that hill and keep going. I thought maybe the 5.5 furlongs could be vulnerable, but he won on the flat 6 furlongs at Santa Anita in a fast time, so he'll be rolling late.
It does look like he's going to get pace, too, right?
Yeah.
Rod Ortiz looking for yet another victory on the Saturday program as we welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast trackside. Megan, exciting enough Saturday for you? Can you read lips, either of you?
No.
I can't read
She
lips.
said it was a great day, Lafitte.
We get some subtitles going. We'll reconnect with Megan shortly. Perhaps before this 11th race, not sure, but you were talking about the pace here and how the table, Richie, should be set for Dakota Country.
Yeah, I mean, Illmatic is committed to go. Joker on Fire's not slow. The 5, Blamaker, if his speed translates to turf, Paul, he should be very tough here, and it looks like...
What's going on with King Puck?
And, you know, I don't know if they're adjusting something. You know, I was just going to point out that when you look at this race, the 7 Wrighton, who I think is very, very talented, are they taking the tack off here, Mig?
Yeah, I don't know if they're adjusting it or not, but to give you an idea of just how strong these horses are, you had 4 pretty good-sized gate crew trying to hold this horse, and he was dragging them all around.
So what I wanted to bring up was, if you look at Wrighton, the 7, bad gate horse, gotten left both times. Diello, bad gate horse, and the 9 kind of falls out of the gate. The 6 could have a nice little candy trip here.
They're having a tough time handling him. And we were. Wow.
Whoa, no.
All right, so now, well, what a job by the assistant
Great
starter
job.
there, because he got his foot over the shank, and wow, for him to be able to get out from under him like that, that was huge.
Incredible.
The guy says, lend me your ear.
Let's try this again. Back to Megan.
And this is not abnormal for King Puck. He has always been a naughty sort. He was actually keeping it together quite well for him in the paddock, and from a handicapping perspective, actually liked him in this race. Now, you saw him just rear up. Usually it is an automatic scratch when horses go all the way over, and he did not do that as they're still working with him. Their team, Mike Maker, had to tack him on the move and do it very quickly because he's honestly not the worst actor. When he sees that tack, he does not not have the best of response. But very typical for King Puck as he'll continue to negotiate the tack and hopefully be ready to go. But obviously expending a lot of early energy, not what you want to see for a horse you're betting on. But he has run races that put him squarely in the mix in this race, as well as number 4. Just a horse at a huge price that was really acting up in the paddock. Keep an eye on him as well as they're still continuing on with the number 6, King Puck. As far as the number 1, the current favorite, co-favorite with the number 9, that's Illmatic. He's a horse that has done nothing wrong in terms of his professionalism in the paddock, and he's really taken that step forward from 2 to 3. He's the best looking horse in the paddock. He looks fantastic, and I think he's where he needs to be on the grass, where I love his sire, Honest Mischief, doing so. Yes, I do find he's going to have to negotiate from that inside draw as some of the other speeds to his outside, but he also, last time out, it was an interesting race because there was an inquiry to the winner who kind of came over on them and angled everybody out to where it kind of almost interrupted his momentum coming around the turn. Now, there were no change involved in that race. That was, of course, in a stake race last time out where he very well could have been the winner. In his past races with Illmatic, he's been one that's been just sent to the lead for speed. And given Maggie's reporting last time out, when asked Miguel Clement if perhaps it would be better going to the lead, Jamie Torres that day said perhaps it was better to get him stalking to kind of hold him together a little bit more. We'll see how Flavien Prat plays it today with those aforementioned speeds, Lafitte, but it seems as if though they're still trying to work with King Puck. Hopefully it will not be too long.
You brought up a great point, Megan, as we take another look at King Puck and just how much energy has been wasted, Richie, pre-race.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a reputation for being tough in the paddock to saddle. Now you're on a turf course, you don't have a saddling stall, so there's all this empty space, and you're wrestling around with 4 or 5 assistant starters trying to get the tack adjusted. I think it's a huge negative. You're just wasting so much energy.
This is his first start. Well, his second start since November, so getting a little anxious as the horses go in the gate. This early pace is going to be very interesting how it kind of plays out. With a lot of horses that not great gate horses. We'll see if the 5 can show some turf speed because the horse that acted up the gate, King Puck, might be the fastest.
The bookends receiving the lion's share of the attention. Illmatic from the rail, 2-1 favorite. Far outside, Dakota Country, 2-1. Frank Miramonte with the call. The 11th from the Spa Jim Dandy, Saturday on FS2.
The last one to load will be Dakota Country. Dakota Country goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Van Vollenhoven is very quick away from there. Illmatic along the inside is flashing early zip. And it's Blamaker who's faster than both, and Blamaker will set the tempo. King Puck is not far behind. He's on the extreme outside as Illmatic has taken a strong hold of down on the inside. Joker on Fire in the pink is steadying in behind this group on the inside of Wrighton. It's a gap of 4 to Dilly Yellow, who is toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers are Mozambique and along with Dakota Country, who's now in front of that pair. Blamaker went through the opening quarter mile in 22 3/5 seconds. Leads at a length and a half to King Puck in second. Van Vollenhoven is next. And Dakota Country in the white blinkers is widest of all. Wrighton is just inside of him. And there's a clear shot for Joker on Fire too. But that stretch kick of Dakota Country is a devastating one. He's coming after Joker on Fire. These two will come to the wire together. They're head and head. Dakota Country on the inside. Joker on Fire. Photo finish. Even Illmatic joined them. 3 across the course in a dramatic conclusion here.
Fireworks in the stretch. 3 of them hitting the wire together in the 11th at Saratoga.
And it was the closers dominating late. The turf has have some give to it because it wasn't as fast a pace I thought it might be, but I think the condition of the course with the rain we had over the week. But Illmatic from the inside, he had a steady come out around the 5. Here comes your eventual winner, the 9, Dakota Country, with that relentless late run. The 2, Joker on Fire, fighting for it every way, but it was the 9 getting up off.
It was the 9. I mean, I'll tell you what, it got really tight for second. The 1 Illmatic really dropped his head right on the line. I think he might have popped the 2-horse for second here, and I'll tell you what, Jose Lezcano has got no luck. He gave this 2 a perfect ride. He saw the 9 coming. He angled his horse out to see the 9. The 9 just has a ton of finish. We showed you that replay. If you watch the drone, the 1, Illmatic, was finishing best, but I think the 9 dropped his head at the wire.
Yeah, and again, another perfectly timed ride by Irad Ortiz Jr., who didn't ride the first 5 days of this meet, but he is cutting into the margin of Flavien Prat and his brother Jose Ortiz seemingly with every race. And this was a fabulous race. I think the 1 was a little unlucky, Illmatic, fighting his way through traffic, but kicked nothing away from the winner, Dakota Country and Irad Ortiz, and you got to feel for Jose Lezcano.
Brutal beat.
He just hasn't been able to break through, and he's a good rider just going through a tough time.
I'm telling you, he gave the 2 a perfect ride. He just got out finished late.
Irad Ortiz made history last Saturday. 3rd jockey ever to win 6 races in a program. On this Saturday, 4 more victories, literally coming at him with giant strides, whether it's the jockeys atop the leaderboard or here in the stretch of this 11th race.
Yeah, he's in his zone. And you know, sometimes a rider is forced to take a little bit of a break, and it turns out to be a blessing in disguise. You're riding every day. You're maintaining your weight every day, and it just grinds you down after a while. Maybe that 5 days freshen him up, because his intensity right now is palpable.
Yeah, it just, you kind of knew it was coming, right? It's kind of that hitter that is hitting everything right at guys, and now they're all starting to fall in. So what a heady claim. A New York bred here. This horse was claimed out of the Steve Sherman barn from California Chrome Flame. I know Art Sherman was a listed trainer, but Steve had such a big hand in that. But a heady claim here, this New York bred. You know, this horse actually ran here for Danny Gargan back in the day, but now shows up and found the right spot. This is a nice little sprinter.
Irad Ortiz won a Jim Dandy for Danny Gargan, a tax back in the day. If you're an NBA fan, it's like that guy on the other team, don't let him get hot.
Exactly.
Don't let him get hot, because this is what happens.
Yeah.
They get in a zone, and for Irad Ortiz, Richie, it feels like an avalanche.
Absolutely. You know, and I had to sit down with him a few days ago, and just the conversation was so great to get into his mindset, his approach. And I'm always impressed. When riders hit a certain level, it's easy for them to let down a little bit, right? Not this guy. He wants to win every race, every time he leaves the gate.
Made history last week. We may see more history made before the sun sets at Saratoga on this evening. We'll explain with 1 left at the Spa. The highlights. Somebody on this set told you look out for that colt. Look out for that colt in the Saratoga Special, Twinkle Town, Lake George, Amber Glenmore, Irad Ortiz, and Renegade and the Jim Dandy. We'll recap.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wandering End. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Thrilling 11th race in the books. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Paulie, this is why we love turf racing. Finishes just like that.
In the middle of the racetrack, too. We've seen a couple horses fly down that center of the racetrack. You can see the two kind of swap to that wrong lead. And Irad Ortiz, he's familiar with that place.
Turf racing's about trips. Dakota Country angled to the clear, had an unencumbered run, a really nice effort by Joker on Fire, and Illmatic probably a little bit unlucky, stymied in rush hour traffic.
Over to Megan.
We've got some fun connections here in the winner's circle, and I caught up with Bob Hess Jr. with Roland Big Joe over the winter, and I am so happy you're here in Saratoga. But your son led you here, I heard.
Well, he's working in New York, so that's part of the reason. And Peter and Roddy, that's a big part too.
I guess the boss over here is a little bit of a big part. Peter Pro Show with Paradise Farms. And Bob told me that this one was the one he was most excited to lead over this week.
Yes, we were very happy about this horse coming in and coming here, and Bob taking charge of it. And I'm happy to be partners with Roddy. It's the first horse I'm partners with. And Bob said to me, he's a great partner. And 1 for 1, so let's keep it going, he said. So I'm all for that.
Absolutely. I teased, you are so relaxed. You've got the Saratoga energy.
I think it is. It's relaxed. It's up here, the air, no rain. You're interviewing us. We're all relaxed.
It's a beautiful day. And lastly, though, Bob, this is the first win you've had here in Saratoga. This is the first time you've brought horses here in almost 15 years. How gratifying is it to get back in the winner's circle?
It's great, especially here. Delmar here and Keeneland are my favorite. And yeah, our last win was 15 years ago for Mandy Pope, so it's been a while.
Well, Lafitte, there you have it. I mean, I'm having too much fun out here.
Awesome.
It's got that kind of day. You love racing here at Saratoga. Always a blast, especially when the racing lives up to the billing. Dakota Country, 686. Bob Hess. Welcome back to the winner's circle at Saratoga. Joker on fire. And yeah, tough luck beat for Illmatic. 9-2-1 in the 11th. We turn the page. Maidens. Mile and a 16th, inner turf course, fillies and mares. Non-consecutive terms is the favorite at 5-2. But here's the story. Would number 8 Lose the Blues, the first-time starter? She's trained by Todd Pletcher. Pletcher is saddled 5 wins this afternoon. It has never been done. No trainer has ever saddled 6 winners on a single program in Saratoga in all the decades and decades and decades of history.
And you think about all of the amazing horse people that have plied their trade here over the years, the Hall of Famers, to be in that position. And he's got a legitimate contender here in the first-time starter in Lose the Blues. The mare was a grade 3 winner on turf. She's had 2 foals. They're both winners, won one on debut. This horse is live.
Only 150 years they've been racing here?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Never been done.
That's crazy.
Isn't it amazing how quickly the narrative changes in 24 hours about the Pletcher barn, and when are we going to start seeing, some more winners, and specifically on dirt. All of a sudden, a day like this, and where is he in the standings?
He's right behind Chad Brown now, ready to pounce and be head up for the lead. And they ran the first race meeting here. What was it, a month or so after the Battle of Gettysburg? And this could be the only guy to ever win. I mean, it's just phenomenal.
It is. It's crazy. And to do it on a day like today and get the big money with the Jim Dandy makes it even special. I mean, wow.
This building has seen it all. It's never seen that. A trainer saddling 6 winners in a single program. We'll find out if Todd Pletcher can do it in 17 minutes. In the meantime, before we say goodbye, just around 3 o'clock, maybe it was 2:57, previewing the stakes racing, right? We're talking about the Saratoga Special. All eyes on the heavy favorite. Booked. Paul says, no. Do not sleep on Twinkletown.
He was giant. I mean, so many times we look at these races, we saw a Life is Good earlier in the day. Absolutely was a freak show. Ran unbelievable. Todd Pletcher trained the sire Life is Good. Twinkletown by Take Charge Indy. Kenny McPeak didn't train Take Charge Indy. He trained the mare of Take Charge Indy and Take Charge Lady. And sometimes that kind of just works out. This horse was much the best.
Was this more about booked being defeated and not bringing his A game, or did Twinkletown just step up and run that well?
Well, I think Twinkletown was going to be a handful no matter what. Book didn't break particularly well. He had to rush up, but Twinkletown was just good. And a great call by you, Paul. When I watch him run, Take Charge Indy, his sire, by AP Indy, very reminiscent of the way AP Indy would
that
run.
low to the ground?
Head out, down, really attacking the ground. I see a lot of influence from AP Indy there.
That anteater action. That said, what did you make of Book's performance?
I thought it was a good performance. You know, he was compromised at the beginning. He didn't break particularly well, and then he had to kind of rush up into it. But Twinkletown was very good, and you got to remember, these are young horses, and you're not going to see the best of them maybe in their first start or even their second start. It's an evolution. They're going to continue to improve. He certainly did everything really, really professional.
And the flight command for Rudy stumbled at the break. Give that horse another shot next time. Yeah.
See what he does when he resurfaces. A completely different brand of racing, from 2-year-old sprinting on dirt to the 3-year-old fillies on grass in the Lake George in the race preceding the Jim Dandy. And for trainer Brad Cox. And here goes that man again, Arad Ortiz and Amber Glenn. Paul, we pick up the action turning for home.
Yeah, kind of a soft pace, right? And he kind of laid off a bit, and he kind of had his up. She had a coming out party in her last race at Churchill Downs when she was able to control. You know, when you have a horse like 40-1 in front of you, Mig, she lowered her head, and the other horse for Chad Brown, the 3-year-old filly by Cairo Prince, made a race of it, but just could not catch this filly.
No, I mean, Chad's filly came up with a big run, but just a perfect trip and a perfect ride again from Irad Ortiz Jr. on Amber Glenn. And she proved that she didn't need to control things, that she could stalk and pounce. Although it's always a great thing when you've got an overmatched rival as the one you're stalking, because it's like your own built-in pacemaker, and when they stop, your horse is going to take the lead the right way. I loved Irad's comments after the race when Maggie was doing a horseback interview, and how classy he thought this filly was, and you could just see how much he appreciated her effort and her attitude.
If you're not in Ortiz and we're covering races on Fox Saratoga Saturday, you're not allowed to win a graded stakes race. Like, that's the way it works. Last week with the Vanderbilt, CCA Oaks, all Arad Ortiz all the time. Today, the brothers, once again, the 3 graded stakes races, 1 for Jose, 2 for Arad, because about 35 minutes after the Lake George, that Jim Dandy, an incredible performance by Renegade, coming from far, far back, and what should serve as the perfect prep for the Travers. Pick up the action. Richie turning for home. Renegade. Ortiz going to work. Asking the question. He has the right response.
And he makes up about 5 lengths in the last 3/16 of a mile. This is as good a big race rider as you're going to see. All of Irad's infinite skills on display. The patience of Delahousie, the strength of Pink Eye, the prowess of Cordero. It's all in one package. It's called Irad Ortiz Jr.
I tell you what, that was a phenomenal ride. I got to give Commandment a little bit of credit. He actually took off when Renegade went by him, which they kind of went away from silent attack. It shows you what kind of class he has, too.
Horses, like any other athlete, some of them bounce back, recover a little bit quicker. Todd Pletcher had said he didn't think that Renegade had quite completely recovered from his big effort in the Derby to the Belmont Stakes. That was 5 weeks. From today to the Travers, that's 4 weeks, as good as he was. Is that a thing? Will that be a narrative leading up to the Travers?
Well, it's certainly something we've got to factor in and we got to talk about. But the difference is that he's not going to have to ship anywhere. He walked over from his stall, his barn, to the paddock. And I think it's just easier on horses when they don't have to have these arduous journeys to and from different race meets. Maybe he'll react differently. I will say, looking at him in the paddock, schooling the other day, I thought he was a bigger, stronger version of the horse I saw winning the Arkansas Derby.
It's a good question, Lafitte, because is Golden Tempo now licking his chops while these horses ran through another tough race, right? So, but you keep on telling yourself, okay, is another 3-year-old going to pop up? Pancho, nah. I don't know if anybody else really can. I will say this, though. I thought Silent Tactic kind of threw his hat in the ring.
I agree.
Showing more speed early. I have to wait 4 weeks? We have to wait 4 weeks?
I know, right?
Golden Tempo, Renegade, the centerpiece every summer at Saratoga, the DraftKings Travers. Will we see more history on this afternoon? Will Todd Pletcher saddle a 6th winner in a single program? We'll find out in 12 minutes.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach
High noon. Sun's up.
Back at Saratoga, nightcap in 9 minutes. World-class trainers, Chad Brown, screen left, Todd Pletcher, screen right. Their horses will break side by side in the nightcap. Go back to last year, last season, closing day, the last race. Pletcher had a 1-win lead. Brown saddled the winner. They tied atop the trainer standings. An 8th title for Pletcher, 8th title for Brown, 15th for Pletcher. Oh, and by the way, the only trainers in the history of Saratoga to saddle 5 winners on a single program.
And obviously, Chad doing it multiple times, but anybody who was ready to write Todd Pletcher off for the slow start at this meet, well, Todd Pletcher is not going quietly into that good night. He's a champion for a reason. Champions battle, Paul.
I tell you what, he's going to frame that white tie. It's a beautiful thing.
If you were in a 24-hour coma, you're going to wake up like, what happened? What'd he do? And will he saddle a 6th winner? To Megan in the paddock.
We shall see. While Todd Pletcher's day has been absolutely monstrous, he is his numbers first time out on the turf here in Saratoga are a little wanting, but trainer Chad Brown has a pair of classy fillies on hand, both with experience, as Todd has the firster of the group. But number 3, Amicable Farce, I like this filly. I like her a lot, and she is that shorter coupled substantive sort by not this time, and it's interesting actually, her dam Rubelinda was the first U.S. winner, sired by Frankel, who Chad Brown also trained. She's just a powerhouse, and she is routing here. She's kind of a smaller, shorter coupled sort, but she's incredibly strong, and she came off the bench last time out routing, which she's never gone short before, and she ran well. She was wired by the winner and a slow pace. She was keen under a hold, and she showed some hints of immaturity and greenness that day. She was kind of leaping, awkward striding, kind of that rocking horse momentum. She definitely wasn't showing continuity throughout, but she really managed to put it together late. I like what I'm seeing from her on the paddock, second time out, especially for a horse that looks like she could probably carry a little bit extra weight and conditioning. She's certainly doing well for herself. As far as the number 8, that's the first time starter lose the blues for trainer Todd Pletcher. And it's interesting, one of the cart talks that JK did, he did it with Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher, and they each remarked about one another as perhaps, you know, Chad Brown might be known as the turf trainer and Todd the dirt trainer. And they each said that the opposite had honestly trained better on the opposing surfaces. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But as far as Lose the Blues, the dam was a grade 3 winning turf route or multiple graded stakes place, and it's a half to 2 foals to race. One of those did win on debut on the grass and not this time. We know the power sire that he is. This filly is incredibly fit. She's definitely wants this route game. She's got that 2-turn frame to her. I do believe though, Lafitte, that this race will definitely help strengthen her up a bit, but she certainly looks primed for the task, and Todd Pletcher sitting on the cusp of perhaps a history-making win.
We'll know in 6 minutes. Megan, Luis Saez alongside Todd Pletcher, live look, and it comes down to a first-time starter in Lose the Blues. Is she going to become a part of Saratoga history? Will she be the horse who was saddled by the first trainer ever to win 6 races in a single program? The nightcap, Lose the Blues. What will she do in her debut as we get set for this maiden affair, 1 1/16 on the inner turf course? This stellar Saturday, all the stakes racing, the highlights behind us, but history perhaps awaits the outcome of the 12th and final with Todd Pletcher and his first-time starter, Lose the Blues.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Just in time to meet the field. Called to post. You're watching Saratoga Live on MS2. As always, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. Post parade. We start with Prime Connection. Showed speed off the stretch out.
Yeah, on a very slow pace going further. Turns back a bit in distance. Feels like she has to improve a bit.
Brutal beat Jose Lascano in the 11th. There's Music Box. Runner up in 3 straight.
Yeah, this horse should have won last time out. It gets a weaker field, but you're getting a good price at 11-1.
Amicable Farce is still figuring things out.
Yeah, still a bit green, but ran well last time. Has a right to take a step forward.
Timeless Melody, second start, stretches out.
Yeah, Phil Antonacci and Ricardo Santana have been a great team so far at this meet.
Favored non-consecutive terms out there somewhere, 2-1. That's not her. There's the 6, Fancy in Flight.
Yeah, it's 8-1's too big of a price on this filly. She was 86-1 and probably should have won last time out.
A rod in the saddle. Revving her engines. There's Hedgebook.
Yeah, Hedgebook comes off a difficult trip at Churchill Downs. Get Flavian Pratt.
Lose the Blues for Todd Pletcher.
This will be the record-setting 6 wins in a day at 11-1 for Lose the Blues. And not this time, Philly. 4 of the 8 horses represented by that sire.
There's the favorite, non-consecutive terms, second in her last pair.
In 4 seconds out of 6 starts, You start worrying when a horse is cubing that, but she gets Lasix for the first time. Maybe that'll help her finish the deal.
Saratoga special winning jockey Jose Ortiz, non-consecutive terms, most recent opening weekend, her 3-year-old debut. And this is what she does, Paul, like runs well, but just not well enough.
Yeah, she's going to get beat by the filly on the outside of her, the 6. But if you watch this race, they were just kind of lapped on each other. There was no doubt that these two horses were going to run 1-2. But does she fool you every time with this kind of race? She gets out finished late, but she's much the best for second. Like Mick said, she does get Lasix. She was good last time, but will she be second best again today?
You mentioned the Lasix. Why else might today be different for non-consecutive terms? Why might today be the day?
Well, I think they've got to be very patient with her. It looks to me like when she hits the front, she feels like her job is over. When she hit the front there before she was eventually passed by the winner, ears went up. And you look like she lost focus. Some horses are better having a target. I think Jose Ortiz, and he's very smart, he does his homework, will be as patient as possible with this filly and not hit the front too soon.
Over to Megan.
I agree with Paul as far as the inside runner, the number 1 Prime Connection for Linda Rice, who I do believe is an overlay at that price. Is her last race, the first time on the turf for her, puts her squarely in the mix as a contender, and she does break from the inside and luckily has the speed to coincide with that draw up there at 16-1. She wants to route and she wants to do it on the grass. She started out sprinting on the dirt, formerly in the Chad Brown barn. I can understand why, drying on the dirt. She's got all the dirt pedigree you would want, but she really responded last time out when she was up on a moderate pace. She set that moderate pace and then weakened, but I didn't think it was an effort, especially cutting back in distance, that I believe will serve her well. And as far as some of the other pace in this race, there's not a ton of speed, so I think she's going to be hopefully in that pocket type position, saving ground and being able to make her run late. She's live to me as a horse that has potential as a fringe player. Isn't the far as number 4, Timeless Melody, coming off a bit of time away, getting to the route game for the first time for Phil Antonacci, whose runners are very dangerous here in Saratoga. She's won another bye, not this time. She's very strong and round in her hip, and I do find she's probably going to be the beneficiary of getting a start, but she looked fantastic. And last time out at Gulfstream, it was a slow pace. She didn't break all that sharply, and she finished on like the added ground will certainly suit her up there at a square price as well. The second dam in that monster pedigree, the likes of champion Serena Song. The number 5, the current favorite, non-consecutive terms. I agree with everything as far as the desk. This horse gets Lasix. Is she going to be able to turn the tables? She's the strongest to me of the entire field, with my selection, the number 3, Amicable Farce. But as far as Brendan Walsh, first time Laces, second off on the turf on this kind of layoff. He's 0 for 5 at Saratoga. We'll see though if she can live to that favoritism, Lafitte.
Was that Lose the Blues for Todd Pletcher really revved up?
Yeah, she was acting a little bit naughty there.
Somebody just tell her what's at stake.
Yeah, she could be writing history here. She got to get her act together.
Her name in the next chapter of history at Saratoga. Number 8, Lose the Blues. Trainer Todd Pletcher trying to become the first ever to saddle 6 winners on a single program. The favorite, though, non-consecutive terms, 2-1. At post time, Frank Miramati with the call. The nightcap, Jim Dandy Day on FS2.
And here is Lose the Blues for Mr. Pletcher. And some silks that have won many turf races here in New York. The Allen Stable Incorporated. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fancy and Flight leapt in the air right as the gate opened and will face a tall order from behind. In the meantime, Music Box goes straight to the front. Amicable Force comes away in second, non-consecutive terms in third, and Lose the Blues rushes up 3 wide to take that third spot. Prime Connection is down on the hedge, racing 5th, now 4th, and only about 3 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of 3. Back to Hedgebook, who's toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers are Timeless Melody and Fancy in Flight. 8 lengths covers the field. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So they make their way onto the backstretch. Amicable Farce on the outside, and Music Box along the rail and neck back second, 2 clear of Lose the Blues in third. On the inside, Prime Connection is for non-consecutive terms, comfortably placed in 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 to Hedgebook, Timeless Melody, and Fancy in Flight. 48 and 2 for the half. They move into the far turn. Music Box, Amicable Farce. These two have been 1-2, trading that lead into the far turn. 3 lengths back, Luis Saez and Lose the Blues in third. On the inside, Prime Connection is fourth. After that, 1:13-1 for 6 furlongs. Jose Ortiz in non-consecutive terms. Fancy and Flight trying to overcome that tough start from the back of the field as they come toward the 8th pole, and it's still wide open, head and head for the lead. Amicable Farce on the outside of Music Box, and here comes non-consecutive terms, who blows by them late. Non-consecutive terms. Jose Ortiz with a stellar afternoon. Romps. Prime Connection got second in front of Amicable Farce and Hedgebook.
Nobody would deny her this time. Runner-up in her last pair, non-consecutive terms, graduates in her 7th career start in an eventful nightcap at Saratoga.
Well, it really was eventful through the stretch, and kind of a scary moment there with the 8, Lose the Blues, who reacted negatively to horses surrounding her, but what a perfectly timed ride by Jose Ortiz. It's a filly that's accumulated a lot of seconds. He waited. She hit the front with all that momentum coming to the 16th ball and just was decidedly best.
Yeah, it was over. Jose Lascano, good ride on the 1. He's the one that kind of came out, and when he came out, the 8 got really squirrely there with Luis Saez. Almost caused the 5 to actually go around there. Luckily, nothing happened there, but the 1 I think got up for second at 18-1, but no doubt about the winner. You know, just been knocking on the door and finally just broke the door open.
12 races today, 4 wins Gerard Ortiz, 4 wins Jose Ortiz, including the Saratoga Special. And here with non-consecutive terms, like we had a competitive race, and at about the 8th pole, she finds another gear, and it was over in a blink.
Like you could see early on, Jose was riding her so conservatively, making sure he did not want to hit the front. Now let's see the head on here and how the 8 filly overacted.
I think that already happened. Did it happen already?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go back a little further, guys. But she was very green, the 8 horse Lose the Blues.
Here's an inquiry on the 1. So, like what I said, so when Lascano came out, the 8 acted a little squirrely, but the 8 was kind of acting the fool the whole post parade, and so we'll get to see it. But Jose Lascano has been riding great and has got no wins. So sometimes you try to force the issue a little bit. He was trying to get the 1 out, and it caused a little bit of friction with the 8. We'll see what happens.
You'll see what the stewards are looking at. Does not involve the winner. Does not involve the winner. Non-consecutive terms involves the 2nd place finisher. As Paul mentioned, Prime Connection 5-1-3-7 for the time being. Big smile there on the face of Jose Ortiz. Another big afternoon at Saratoga. As soon as we can show you what these stewards are looking at, Richie, we pick up the action from the bird's eye view. What do you see?
Yeah, you see Jose Lascano's down in the inside. The filly. Now, guys, now as we turn it into the stretch. Now, you see the filly laying 3rd is Lose the Blues. And here comes Lascano's going to angle out. He's in the white colors.
In the white, sitting 4th.
And, you know, we'll see it now as they make the bend.
Yeah, but Louis leaning to his left, trying to hold the horse in.
And that filly was a little bit green. She was a little bit all over the place anyway. Now, we're going to see it coming up in here. No, guys, you know what? This is the backstretch. We need to see the
So watch right here.
Yeah.
So we're on the wrong feed. Hold on. When we get it back, we'll get it back. Sorry, we're looking at the wrong feed here. When we get the upper feed, we'll let you know. Yeah. So what ended up happening is Jose tried to get the horse out. He got the horse out a little bit. When he got the horse out a little bit, Louis tries to close the door, and at the same time when he tried to close the door, Jose came out, and it looked worse than it actually was.
We're getting to watch the steward's feed on our other monitor.
That our viewers have not seen just yet. We'll provide it as soon as available.
And what I'm seeing is, yes, the 1 did come out a little bit, but I also think that Luis Saez on the 8, Lose the Blues, was hanging off the side of his horse, trying to keep him in on a dead horse. And when they made a little bit of contact, it actually turned the 1 horse out a little bit. When a horse gets touched on their hip, it's like an 18-wheeler. It's going to turn their front end out.
So the horse in 3rd on the rail is the 1. The horse in 4th or joint 2nd and 3rd is the 8. Now watch Louis lean in right here. He holds him in once. Now he tries to hold him in again.
I honestly think that the 8 horse was running very greenly and overreacted. Yes, the 1 came out slightly. I don't believe this should be a change in the order of finish. I think a lot of the onus is on Luis Saez on Lose the Blues, trying to hold a horse in on a dead horse and a green horse at that.
A horse who's fatigued.
A tired horse,
horse.
excuse me, yeah. But I think the onus is as much on him, and I'm going to say it outright. I don't think Luis Saez is riding in very good form. I think he's trying too hard, and I think he created as much of the problem. He actually bumped the runner-up's hip and turned her sideways, and that made it look like she came out.
With a first-time starter with zero experience, not knowing how to react to the situation.
True. And so, the stewards, you want to have a safe racetrack, right? But number one is, did it change the order of finish? It finished way out the back, okay? The one was trying for second place at 18-1. I just think it's here in Louis' defense. This is an inquiry. He didn't object or nothing.
No.
So.
And I would imagine, I mean, at least I know if I was in that situation, speak for anybody else, they put up the inquiry, the stewards come up to me, I would say, my horse was very green, and I really don't think he affected anything.
We got two jockeys, right? Jose Lezcano and Luis Saez, who are just frustrated. You talk about going in slumps. They are world-class riders, but right now they're just going through a little funk, and that's what kind of happens. You end up in these situations.
And with all the contact, the officials, the stewards, of course, they have to look.
That's
and the
their
viewers
job.
and the handicappers and the bettors need to know they're looking.
Yeah, that's their job. They have to do it.
Okay, we don't have a decision just yet. Go on over to NyraBets.com for the results. Numbers blinking 5137. We have to say good night. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. No change in the 12th and final 5137.
They're booing like Red fans.
Saratoga special. Like we said, you can only win Greatest Stakes races on Saturday if you're in Ortiz. Jose with 1, Arad with 2, including Renegade in the Jim Dandy. See you tomorrow.